Hi everybody. Good evening. Good evening. So, time now is actually 6:54. We're still waiting for everyone to actually join this webinar because we're expecting at least 1,300 people to join this live. I don't know if everybody is actually able to join live, but we're expecting at least 1,300 people to join this webinar. So, again, maraming salamat sa inyo guys. We're technically waiting 5 more minutes so we can start our very first 4-hour webinar. So guys, ipag-pray niyo ako kasi this is my first time doing an actual 4 hours na webinar. So really, normally mga 2 hours lang na webinar, but this one is gonna be like 4 hours literally. And I am just so excited para ituro, of course, what we have been doing, especially automation, because it's been a thing ever since day one. So I think we now have about 400 people joining this actual live call. Ayan, maraming salamat po sa lahat. Again, we're starting in 5 minutes. So, if you can please grab your coffee, kung ano man yung mga kailangan nyo, water beside you, para hindi po kayo mawala during this entire call, the better po, no? Although we're gonna have our break, so magkakaroon naman tayo ng break during the 4-hour webinar. So, I think okay lang. So, umihi na yung dapat umihi, uminom na yung dapat uminom, kumuha na ng kung ano man dapat gawin, kumain na din po kayo while doing this webinar or while we're at this webinar. So, again, guys, we're super excited for this. Like, I am super excited talaga. So, I hope that I can deliver or over-deliver what I have promised. And yes, this entire session is going to be recorded and we will be sharing the recording to everyone for the next 30 days. So meaning to say you will have 30 days access to the recording. All of the resources that we will be sharing is also going to be sent to you guys post-webinar, okay? So guys, just please make sure to have a little patience on us. After the webinar, hindi po namin agad masasend yung recording. Give us at least after 72 hours para ma-upload, para naman makapag-weekend yung team guys. Kasi talagang we have been working so hard the past 24 hours to make this happen. So, ayun, kasi biglaan nga siya. So, please make sure na give us a little time to really upload the recording, which is most likely gonna be on Monday or Tuesday, okay? So, ayan, wala nang magbe-message ng coach, nasan yung webinar? I mean, yung recording. So, ayan, we'll promise to send it to you at the very least Tuesday po, okay? Ayan, so, para lang clear, kasi baka mag-expect kayo na bukas meron agad or right after the webinar. Ayan. So we now have 497 people. We have a special guest today. I think he's also going to be one of the panelists joining this actual call. So I hope that he's going to be able to join in a minute. But we also have Coach Dea. Ayan, Coach Dea, ready na ba yung maganda mong face? Ayan. So pareho kami naka-high level kasi we promote high level. Ayan, there you go. Ayan, high level. Ayan. All right. And please take note that I probably will be speaking in English most of the time, all because the people who have also participated in this webinar are not just Filipinos, but also people from around the globe. Okay, so I wanted to just ask, at least I wanted to inform everybody na from time to time, yes, I'll be speaking in Filipino, but for majority of the time, I will be speaking in English, all because we have participants from all over the world. We have the ones from the US, from Australia who joined this webinar. We have from India. We have people from Africa as well. So, and as well as from Canada. So, ayun, I have no choice but to really speak in English just because they're also joining this call, okay? And not just because of that. It's also because if you want to become a high-level automation specialist, of course, you will be dealing with foreign clients. So, of course, you guys have to speak in English as well. So we'll try to practice English only policy during this webinar. But like I said, if I have to explain things a little bit better for our Filipino community, then I'll be speaking Tagalog from time to time. There you go. We have our very special guest, Mario Aldayos, who just entered the room. Hi, Mario. Good evening. Well, technically, good
Hello.
morning for you, right? 7
Yeah,
a.m.
it's 7 a.m. for me. So, but I'm excited to be here and appreciate you guys. So, I will just be here to answer any questions in the Zoom chat and help you guys out. So whatever you need, JC, feel free to, and D, just feel free to tag me in.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mario, for joining in. And guys, actually, Mario had to wake up super early today, 7 a.m., so he can actually join us today. And Mario has been instrumental to make this, webinar happen. More than this webinar, we're planning to have a summit because this coming November, no, I'll pre-announce Mario because we're also planning to have a summit this coming November to also raise funds for our Northern Cebu people. And Mario is actually committing $100,000 um webinar. I mean, like a summit for that. Like everything that we will generate from that summit, which all the high level OGs will be joining. I've seen your post, Mario. I can't believe you rallied so many people in that upcoming summit. Like, I think that's gonna be my birthday summit because that's happening on November. So I'm thinking maybe we have to do it on my birthday. But anyway, that's more than I think 50 people who have already committed to join, and we're planning like a 2-3 days webinar, right? And all the
Yep,
proceeds also is gonna go to Cebu to help them rebuild, not just a one-time food relief, but maybe we can also help families to rebuild their homes. So that's really the goal.
100%.
Thank you,
100%. I
Mario.
mean, yeah,
Go ahead.
absolutely. Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, it's one of those things where the current, and this is why I was talking when I was talking to Matt yesterday, Matt Decino, one of the co-founders of HL Pro Tools. His point was, we would love to commit more money to this event, but solving the short-term problem of water and food is only a small part of disaster relief. The big problem comes in when everyone else stops helping.
That's
And
correct.
what we want to do is be more than just a short-term solution and provide for the Filipino people in a sustainable long-term manner. So I just bought highlevelstrong.com and I am actively setting up the pre-registration page. So that will be open here shortly.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mario. So again, guys, Mario will be on this call, and later on, if we will have a Q&A, he's gonna come in from time to time to answer some of your questions. Right now, there's about 800 people joining this call. Let's give 5 more minutes to those who registered to make sure that they can actually join, because it's just a minute from 7 p.m. Here in Manila. So we'll just give them 5 more minutes to make sure they can join before we officially start our workshop. So we're calling it a workshop because it's literally a workshop to make sure you can become the next automation builder. Of course, I also want to welcome, guys, my co-founder Dea. I think she also want to say hi. And Dea, like Mario was just telling me, hope that you're not married. But that's gonna be awkward because I think she's your other mom. So
Yeah, I was kidding. I was kidding, Cece.
no, just kidding.
I just think Dea is very beautiful. So
Aww.
I just wanted her to know that.
Aww.
Thank you very much. I'm already taken, guys, with 5 kids. So
Mario, that's like 5 kids.
I'll adopt them.
Yeah.
welcome, everyone. Good evening, good morning, wherever you are in the world. We thank you very much for your support for this workshop. As you know, we Filipinos do the bayanihan thing, and we really, really appreciate you coming with us, coming together to help our countrymen on these dire times. So thank you very much, everyone.
Ayan. So, if I'm the one with so much energy, Dea is the opposite of me. Now, if you guys would notice. But anyway, guys, again, before we start, I really, really want to say thank you to everybody who have registered to this webinar. I know that some of you don't even have to be here, but you guys did it anyway. And again, this is definitely shocking to me still, because promoting it in less than 24 hours and having 1,300 people signed up, I'm speechless. Like, I have no words. I don't even know where these people came from anymore, because some of them are really random people. Like, this is my first time seeing some of you. And like I said, I'm really, really shocked to see that in just a matter of, I think, 10 minutes, we had over 100 people signed up right away. So, grabe. Like I said, I have no words, but thank you, everybody. And I'm so excited. Now we can actually send this actual money directly to Cebu as soon as possible. Actually, my instruction to the team earlier was to make sure that this is distributed as soon as possible because we want to make sure that this is gonna reach them on time. Because we have seen their situation. We want to make sure that we can help as soon as we can. So again, guys, thank you very much. We will make sure to also post transparency report so you can actually see where it went, who received it, everything that we need to share. We will share it in my social media, although right now my Facebook, it's still a little restricted from posting photos, videos, and links again. So I'll just wait maybe until it cools down. So wow, Mario, look at that. We now have like 900 people in the webinar.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep track of all the comments and just answer any questions that come in. So I'm actually also recruiting some other panelists, see if I can get some other heavy
Yeah,
hitters in
actually,
here to help out.
I was gonna say, Day, let's find some people that we can bring in as panelists. I think we have our admin team still at I would say as participants. So let's bring them in as panelists. There you go.
All right.
So guys, just to make sure that we will do this right, any questions that you guys have specifically, please make sure to use the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom. So there's a separate button for Q&A. Just because there's over 900 people right now in Zoom. We want to make sure that all of your questions are answered. So if you have any questions, please make sure to post that inside of the Q&A tab instead of the chat button kasi or the chat section kasi if you do it in chat, tendency is we won't see it. Like there's a lot of people literally sending messages right now, so we might not be able to see it. So yes, no camera on, right? Yes, because this is an actual webinar, so it's okay. And yes, we will be recording it, just as I mentioned for those who just entered this Zoom. This entire session will be recorded and we'll give you guys 30 days access for the entire recording of this session. So no worries if you, let's say you lose your internet during the entire summit, we will be sending you that recording. But please give us until Tuesday because of course my team also wants to rest after that 24 hours non-stop working. We also need to rest. So just give us until Tuesday to also send you the recording through email. So the recording will be sent together with all the resources that we will be sharing with you throughout the entire session. Okay, so again, no worries. Recording will be sent. You don't have to pay for it extra. It will be sent to you right after the webinar, which is going to be on Tuesday. Okay, so just a little patience because there are people who's going to be sending me a message later on and say, where's the recording? And so guys, again, Tuesday po, please wait until Tuesday midnight for us to send you the recording and all the resources. Okay, ayan. So all right. We'll discuss everything, guys, in a bit. Is this applicable even without Go high level experience? Absolutely yes. So we'll officially start at 7:10. Just wanted to make sure that we are able to give everybody enough time to actually join this workshop. Okay, so there you go. And while waiting, I'm seeing a lot of people commenting where they came from. So maybe to start with, can you guys please type in which part of the world you are in right now? So just say, wow, United Arab, Thailand. Oh my God, this is literally all over the world, Mario. We've seen
I
India,
know.
right? La
Yeah, I've seen
Union,
India, I've seen Pakistan, I've seen
Pakistan. Yeah.
a lot in the Philippines, some US. I actually recognize some of these people. So this is absolutely amazing.
Hey, there you go. Yes. Wow, Spain. I'm seeing New York, Cubao. So we also have New York, Cubao, right? Rizal. That's actually I'm from Rizal. Dea is from Bulacan. And Mario, you're in what state again?
I am in Cleveland, Ohio. I am from
Cleveland.
Maryland and Wisconsin. My family's originally from Bolivia, but I currently live in Cleveland, Ohio. So, and I'll be in Dallas, Texas, in a couple of days. So that's really exciting. But
Yeah, I can't wait to see you.
and then I'll be back in the Philippines here in a couple months. So
Yep. Definitely. I mean, we're gonna do another like in-person event next year, so you'll be back here in the next couple of months, right? So we are
Yep.
seeing, yes, people from United States. We are seeing people from Calamba, yeah. Portugal. Oh my God, there's people from Portugal, Italy, Spain, Seoul, Sultan Kudarat. That's really funny. Zamboanga City, from Qatar. We are seeing people from Japan. Wow, this is literally all over the world, guys. I can't believe how many people we have actually convinced to be part of this webinar. So I'm really, really so excited. Cavite, ayan. So, yeah, ang dami. Oh my gosh. From Bacoor, Cavite, Dublin. Saan yung Dublin? Washington, D.C., Davao City pala. It's just Washington subdivision. Oh my God. Okay, we also have that in Antipolo, Lower Antipolo. So I'm also located in LA, Lower Antipolo. Lower Antipolo. There you go. And so, guys, thank you so much wherever you are from. Again, we really want to appreciate you for joining this actual workshop, and we're really excited for you. More than the help that you provide, we want to give it back by providing you so much value out of this webinar. Now, since we're about to start, I also want to know how many people here are newbie in high level, like literally zero experience in high level. Please type 1 in the comment, like 1. But if you are somebody who have high level experience, you've been doing this for a while, oh my gosh, we have 1, like 2. Just type in 2 if you have experience. Oh my God, we have so many ones. And by the way, guys, we just hit 1,000 attendees on this webinar right now. Like 1,000 people on this Zoom call. OMG, grabe talaga. Ayan, so, and 2, I think majority are newbies from what I'm seeing. Ayan, 1.5. May 1.5, no? Medyo lang. Ayan. Somebody saying ang pogi ni Mario. Mario, do you know what pogi is? Right?
Handsome. You
I
taught me
taught you
that.
some Filipino words already, right? So you know pogi.
Yeah, my friends in the Philippines also taught me some words, but I will not repeat the ones they did teach me. But you did teach me pogi, so pogi means handsome, right?
Yes, let's not repeat the one that you did, the one that you said during our live webinar the last time, please. No.
Yeah, there you go. So again, guys, we have hit 1,000 attendees on this call. Congratulations, everybody, and thank you so much. I think we can officially start our high-level workshop. And because all of you, or at least majority of you, are actually newbies, please bear with us because we want to make sure that this is something that even a fifth grader would understand. So if you are somebody who already tried high level, you know high level, and you feel like discussing what high level is so simple, please understand that majority of the people who've registered here are actually newbies. So I hope that you understand that we will cover, of course, the basics before we jump into whatever that is that we need to cover for this entire call. Okay, so there you go. It's the bad words, the first thing we always learn. The first thing that we always learn is the bad words. Okay, so again, guys, welcome to our 100K automation workshop. Basically, the purpose of this is to make sure that you can become the next high-level automation builder, at least in the next 30 days, because we also have prepared something for you to make sure that you can take action right after this entire summit. Okay, so I'll share my screen. And again, please do not judge us if we're gonna start with the basics first, okay? Because I'm gonna be talking about what's high level, especially for people who are new to this platform, okay? So don't judge us. I don't care kung kung magaling na kayo. Ayan, so I'll officially start here. Let me share my screen 1 second. Sorry, can you make the other ones?
Sorry, I cannot.
Yeah, it won't let me promote
Yeah.
attendees to panelists, but
Mhm.
I think
the
I should.
panelists should be able to join if you use the panelists link.
There, I think I just made you the co-host, guys, so you should be able to promote some panelists.
Okay, cool. Let me get Kara.
So that's my bad because I made you guys panelists instead of So now you know how much I love high level, or like how I can teach high level, but I cannot even do this Zoom sharing thing. Like I always fail. Hold on. Presenter view. Okay, let me do this. I'm always lost every time I do this. Ayan. So, okay. Ayan. Ay, ba't ganon? Wait. Ayan. Just give me a little bit of time to figure out this thing. Sige na, share ko na nga lang yung entire screen. So, ano na eh. Gusto mo yun? Sabi ko, okay, ito na guys. I-share ko na lang yung entire screen ko kasi I have no choice but to do that. Ayan. All right, so I'm sharing my entire screen. So again, welcome everybody to our 100K automation workshop. The goal of this is to make sure that you can learn high level in the next 4 hours. So we will have a break in between. So again, if later on, if you need to pee, you need to grab some coffee, please do that now or at least during our break time. Ayan. So let's start this, guys. Again, I will be speaking Filipino from time to time, but at the very least, or majority of the time, I will be speaking in English, just to make sure that everybody who joined outside of the Philippines can also understand. Ayan. So let's proceed. So again, by the end of this workshop, you'll definitely walk away with a proven automation framework that I have used in order for me to become an automation builder for the past 5 years now. So we'll provide you with an exact blueprint that allows agencies to pay me over 100,000 every build that I do for them. And of course, a skill that makes you valuable in any market. As you know, there is now over about 2 million businesses that is using high level around the globe. And I'm not exaggerating this, but I think it's the most in-demand skill. Even if you go to Upwork right now or Online Jobs PH, just type in Go high level, or even GHL, and you'll see that majority of the job posting are actually related to high level. So I will tell you that this is the most in-demand skill, and I will tell you right now that if you learn the skill, it will make you the most valuable person in the actual market. A lot of people have asked me, Stacey, I think there's so many people who's now, offering high level in the market. Actually, there's not enough. I would tell you that there, like every single day, people struggle in finding the right person to help them in their business. I don't know if Mario would agree with that, but really every single day I receive text messages from people who's looking for talents that knows high level, right? And there's
Yep.
literally is 1% talent available in the market around the globe. But yeah, Mario, you want to say something about that?
Yeah, so Dea, can you grab the high level affiliate link and
Okay.
DM it to me so that JC, again, you get credit for
Sure
people
thing.
signing up. Yeah, so one of the things that I wanted to talk about is really quickly is just market saturation. So a lot of people think that there's not room for more virtual assistants and there's not room for SaaS businesses, whether that be in the Philippines, the US, the UK, anywhere around the world. But the truth is there is so much room. There are over 3 million high-level sub-accounts, 3 to 5 million high-level sub-accounts actively in production. And there are 90,000 agencies in the high-level ecosystem currently, or over 100,000 agencies in the high-level ecosystem currently. And each one of those agencies needs a virtual assistant or needs help. Of the businesses in the world, the billions of businesses in the world, only 3 million of them are using high level, arguably one of the most powerful tools on the market. That means that there is so much room for all of us to grow. So that is, kind of my 2 cents. So the market is not saturated. There is plenty of room and people still don't know about high level.
I agree. So you probably will just think that there's competition or there's the market is saturated only because you're in the actual network of people who's doing it. But if you go outside of that network, you'd realize that there's a lot of people, or there are a lot of people who don't know this yet. Okay, so the goal of by the end of this, the goal is you will learn everything you need to offer high level build as an actual service. Okay, and guys, don't worry, I'm not just teaching you automation today. We'll also teach you how to offer it. We will provide you templates templates, we will provide you documents, and exactly how you're gonna price it, it will be all covered in this actual workshop. Like I said, dahil ginalingan nyo, gagalingan din natin tonight. Okay? So first off, sorry. First and foremost, I want to make sure that I discuss what is really high level, okay? I think we've seen that 90% of the people who joined this actual workshop is new to high level. So, of course, we want to cover what really it is for someone who's learning this or hearing this for the very first time. Okay, so high level basically is an all in one client acquisition and automation platform that replaces so many tools. Pretty much, guys, it has been called a CRM or a customer relationship manager or management for a reason. That's because in the past, I just want to give you a little bit of highlight of what businesses are actually doing in the past, why high level even was created or born. So in the past, most businesses had one app for email, one for calendars, another for funnels, another for forms, and unfortunately, none of these platforms actually talk to each other's, right? So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of businesses in the past would have to have at least more than 10 tools so they can just manage their business. Meaning to say, they have to have active campaign to send their emails, they have to have Calendly to actually create their own calendar link, and it's all over the place. So what High Level did was they thought, why not have a one platform that can actually do it all, right? So High Level pretty much is a replacement of everything that these platforms are doing. So to make it make more sense, what high level is, it's everything that you can see on the screen and more. Right? So high level, what they did was they basically created the platform. Like I said, it's a customer relationship manager in the management in the beginning, like it's a customer relationship management tool to basically manage customers. Like meaning if I have a business, I want to have a platform where I can receive a lead or a customer and where I can manage them. So what High Level did was they created this platform to replace the first thing that they did was actually a CRM. Right now, there's just too many features, but really, it started as an actual CRM. So they created High Level so you can actually send emails, so you don't have to have active campaign. They basically created High Level, so if you want to have a website, you no longer need a WordPress for that. You can actually create your website inside of High Level. And if you want to have a funnels, you don't even need ClickFunnels for it because you can also create funnels unlimited inside of the platform. In fact, if you are somebody who used to create a lot of forms, surveys, and all that stuff, you no longer need JotForm for it because High Level can also do that inside of the platform. And more than that, it also replaces a tool called HubSpot or Salesforce, which is very, very expensive, especially for small business owners. So what High Level did, they combine all of these tools in one tool and basically created a tool, one login, one dashboard, one tool in High Level, like meaning one place, right? So High Level provided one place to build and automate and scale your actual business without spending so much money. So if you're somebody who's looking for a tool that can basically do all of that for you, including from marketing over to closing a client, that's what High Level is. Okay. So now I'm just gonna tell a little bit of story when it started. So basically, it started in 2018. So if somebody told you I have 17 years of experience in High Level, guys, be shocked because it only started in 2018. Okay, so it was launched by these three gentlemen, Sean, Robin, and Varun, and basically they started building their community in 2019. And I will tell you, it's the best community that I have ever joined. I don't think I will ever have this workshop if not for this community. And I'm very, very thankful ever since day one of the support that I get from them. So with me, I started learning High Level or using High Level in 2019 when I also started my agency like as a virtual assistant. So here is how they have transformed. So again, recently they have crossed over 90,000. Grabe, no? That's 90,000 agencies across the globe currently using High Level. So you might hear people saying go High Level. Some will tell you GHL. Some will tell you High Level. Technically, guys, it's the same. They just officially changed their name to High Level in 2024 to officially begin their global expansion. And honestly, they had a hard time, I think. Was that the real story, Mario? They were not able to really buy the domain for Go High Level. That's why they had
Yep.
to the high level one.
Yeah. So Well, so they, to my knowledge, they have gohighlevel.com, and it's never been highlevel.com, but they
Mm.
bought it. They ended up buying gohighlevel.com because highlevel.com wasn't available. But it has always been the URL of gohighlevel.com with the name of High Level.
Yeah, that's right. So technically, guys, they were not able to purchase the domain right away, but they ended up purchasing it. But technically, they just stick with High Level. I think it was also because of the global expansion effort. And it makes more sense to use High Level rather than Go High Level for them. So you might hear a lot of people use Go High Levels on JHL, but it's the same thing. Okay, so there you go. So currently, High Level have 3 different plans for all of you guys. Again, it's a tool, it's a software, right? So pretty much how they're selling it is that they basically created different plans in order for you to start your business using their platform. Guys, please take note, I'm not trying to sell you anything here. I'm just showing you what their plans and services. You don't have to sign up for this. I'm just telling you what the services that they have currently. So for you to have a tool, meaning to say the ones that I showed you earlier, for all that features, you can actually start as as a business owner and get their $97 per month plan. So everything that I mentioned earlier, including website builder, their CRM, the forms and service, the workflows and everything, it already is included in the monthly starter plan of $97, where they will give you at least 3 sub accounts. While if you are an agency, so the most game-changing thing that High Level has ever created was the fact that they allowed business owners to white label their tool. So imagine, guys, in the past, in order for you to create your own tool, you have to hire a team of developers. You have to spend millions and millions of money just to build your own software. But what High Level did is they created an option for agencies to white label theirs. So for those who are not yet familiar with the word white label, it means that I am letting you rebrand my product. So if you guys are familiar with, ano bang sabon to? Dea, yung mga sabon that are currently in the market, like the ones that you can actually, ano ba tawag doon? Rebrand, right?
White
That's the
label?
same, ano yan? Day?
White label?
No. Like for example, si Brenda, no, may tinitinda siyang sabon. Um, yung product can actually be, anong tawag doon? Other term for white labeling,
Re
resell,
re
right?
resell.
Sorry.
Resell or rebrand?
Yeah, reselling or rebrand, right? So instead of using Brenda, they give you an option to rebrand it. So I can put my name on it, CC Soap, right? That's what they do, and then I don't have to formulate the actual soap itself. I just have to resell it. So that's actually what High Level did. But instead of an actual physical product, they let you resell their software, and that's High Level. So in order for you to resell it, you can actually begin with a plan, either from an unlimited plan. It's a $297 per month plan that allows you to have unlimited users. So meaning you can rebrand it under your name, call it CC Software, and then allow people to basically buy the product or the software from you under your own domain, under your own actual branding. And everything that's in the $97 plan, you get to control what features you can actually provide to your users. You can also get the upgraded plan, which is a $497 plan. Guys, the only difference between the $297 and $497 plan is the fact that the Agency Pro plan allows you to rebill. So other than the fact that you can resell, you can also resell other features, like rebill other features like text messages, emails, if you are under the $497 plan. Because in the $297, they don't have the feature for you to rebill your clients unless you do a little workaround. But technically, you are not able to mark up anything under the $297 plan unless you upgrade to a $497 plan. I think somebody asked in the comment section earlier, Cici, because we're learning automation right now, do we have to have a sub account? Do we have to have an account to even learn High Level? The true, I mean, the actual answer is yes, you will be needing one. Because if you don't have one, it would be too hard for you to actually apply what you're going to be learning from this entire session. Okay, do I have to pay $97 now? Don't worry, guys. Both myself and Mario are actually affiliates of High Level, which will allow you to sign up for High Level for a 30-day, what's that? 30-day free. So if you're
Yep.
learning High Level now, you can just sign up using our affiliate link, which is 30-day. It will allow you 30 days to practice High Level. just make sure to cancel if you don't want to be charged later on. Para at least you can try it out for yourself. Okay? Dea and Syra will our affiliate link. So later on, if you want to sign up, again, please just make sure to cancel it if you don't want to proceed because it's going to give you 30 days to try it out yourselves. Okay?
They will extend it up to 60 days total as well.
Ah,
Yeah, because they came through our affiliate link, they will extend it up to 60 days total. So that gives you 60 days to be able to learn high level.
yeah, that's exactly right. So if you have an existing one, you don't have to do anything, guys. Honestly, the goal of this affiliate link is just so that you can practice later on whatever you're going to be learning from this entire session. Okay? But if you decided you want to keep it, then that's up to you. All right? So again, I'm not here to sell anything. Okay? So what are the core features of high level? At least funnels and website builders, forms and surveys, automation, email builder, calendar, and as well as the customer relationship manager tool. So guys, I'm gonna give you a little tour of high level. So I hope that you guys are excited for that little tour. Little lang, no? Little tour. Oops. You might see my messages. Okay, so let me share my screen again. All right. Okay, so I hope that everybody already know what high level is. So again, it's a software, it's an actual tool, and it's an all-in-one tool. Sabi nga kanina dun sa comment, it's actually a one-stop shop tool. And that's actually about right, okay? So guys, I'm actually now logged in to what I call my high level account. So it's actually a sub account, but technically I have the ability to also switch to an agency. So basically, if you guys have purchased the agency plan, notice that I will have a different option here because now I get to manage sub accounts. So sub accounts are basically users, right? People who have purchased the software from you. So as an agency, you actually get to manage those users under your agency, right? So here is where you can see prospecting, all of the other features of high level as an actual agency. If you guys notice, the only option that I don't have here is rebilling. That's only because that's only available if you are on a $497 plan. Okay. So anyway, let me switch to a sub account so I can show you exactly what I can do inside of a sub account, or basically what am I able to do as a business owner using high level. Let me just refresh this. Can you see my screen? Just
Yeah,
maybe
you're good.
press-
They need to switch to the proper screen share tab.
Yes, I think can see screen. Guys, just make sure to switch to the proper tab as mentioned by Mario because he might be on a different tab. But let's just wait for a little bit. But I think everybody's seeing my screen, so there you go. All right, so now we're logged in inside of a high level account. So let's just again, let me just cover exactly what you can see inside. So number one, we do have a dashboard. So most CRM basically needs a dashboard so they can track KPIs. For those who have heard KPIs for the first time, KPI is a key performance metric. So if you want to know how many sales you've had, how many people you've had in your CRM or in your actual tool, basically this is where you can see all of them. Okay, so this is customizable. If your agency allowed you to customize this, you will have an option to basically click on edit and you can edit your dashboard. So you have an ability to basically like add whatever KPIs you would want to see in your dashboard. So if you want to see contacts, you want to see payments, you want to see meta reporting, every single thing, so you can actually add that in the widgets inside of your dashboard. Okay, what else do we have here? We actually have conversations. So this is, I think, one of my favorite part of high level. High level has a conversations tab, meaning it's a unified inbox. And what this allows you to do is that if you are a business owner, and I know that for a lot of business owners, they do have Facebook page, they have Instagram pages, they have LinkedIn, they actually have what emails, right? So imagine like 4 different inboxes that you have to manage. What high level allows you to do is you can connect all of those business pages or all of those business accounts in here, and then any messages that you receive from every single one of them go straight to your conversations. And what that means is instead of logging into different social media accounts, you can just come in here in order for you to manage those conversations. In fact, they even have WhatsApp, they have text messages, they have emails, so you can reply here. You even have an option to basically use templates, so meaning you can actually say save some of your templates for your, let's say you want to create templates so that you can actually answer them, using a template. You can actually do that easily in High Level. And like I said, it's a unified one. So it combines all of your conversations in one place. Okay. So here we also have calendars, which is also one of my top favorite feature of High Level, because instead of having Calendly, who here is familiar with Calendly? Just type in Calendly, right? I think Calendly is about 20-50 bucks. I don't know, but High Level allows you to also create your own calendar, and you're not just able to create one calendar type, but it allows you to create at least 6 different calendar types. Okay, I'm going to show you that right now. So meaning if you guys are a user of Calendly, probably you have to let it go because now you can set it up inside of High Level, right? So let me just pull that up 1 second. And when you're doing demo, that's when it slows down, right, Mario?
Yeah, exactly. It never fails. As soon as you hop on Zoom, High Level gets a little bit slow, but yeah.
Yeah.
So the calendars feature is probably one of my favorite
Yeah, me
because
too.
I hate booking meetings, going back and forth with people, scheduling this time, scheduling that time. And the calendars function allows me to just send a link. So I just send my link tree and just ask them to book directly on my calendar. They get to pick the time and it's perfect. So
Yeah. Exactly. If you guys want to see how this looks like, basically, if you've seen Calendly, what this allows you to do is that you can just share your calendar link and people let me just show you, right? But anyway, these are the different calendar types that you can actually set up inside of High Level. So if if you want to have just a one-on-one meeting, you can set up a personal calendar. If you have multiple team members in your account, then you can actually set up a round robin. So the system allows the system allows to also check the other person's availability, so somebody like your customer can book any people in your team, right? You can even do class booking. So if you're hosting webinars like this, you can do class booking or even collective booking where multiple hosts meet one participant. So if I show you how this looks like, basically, if let's say I want to have a discovery call, like calendar link, what this allows you to do is you can share this with your customer, with your clients, and then ask them, hey, can you book a call here? You can choose a time based on my availability, because guys, what this allows you to do is you can also connect your Outlook, your Gmail, whichever you're using in High Level. That way the system can check your availability. So this is how it looks like. You can design it however you want, but guys, this is a sample calendar, so I didn't really had the time to design it on my own, but you have the ability to also design this actual calendar, which I'm going to show you later on. So I know that you guys are excited for that. Okay. What else is my favorite? So contacts, of course, this is a CRM without this would never be a CRM without contacts. Meaning it allows you to add contacts in the CRM, so it will let you manage all of your leads in one place. It also allows you to import contacts. So if you have thousands of contacts, you can literally just import all of them inside of the system. And of course, one of my favorite is the opportunities. We will set this up in a bit, but opportunities allows you to see your customer's journey, meaning what stage they're in now. Are they new lead? Did they book a call? Did they leave a review? Things like that. You get to manage that inside of your pipeline. So this basically helps you organize your leads, and like I said, to observe exactly where your customers are at the moment in terms of buying a product from you. And this is technically also one of, is everything my favorite? But I guess anything that's here are my favorite, right? Because also it makes my life so much easier as a business owner, because right now you can also upload like all of your proposals, contracts, and then send it directly to your clients inside of High Level. Meaning if you guys are a big fan of HelloSign, eSign, documents, all of that, forget it, because now you can also build your actual documents inside of the platform and then ask people to e-sign the document inside of the platform itself. And more than that, you can now invoice your clients directly from the platform. So for as long as you have a payment system integrated in the system, you get to invoice your clients. You can set up recurring invoices. You can set up one-time invoices. In fact, you can even generate payment links. So guys, if you did sign up using the summit, we used High Level for it. So basically we use products, or we uploaded the products, and then we shared you payment links so you can actually complete the payment. Okay, and what's nice about this, of course, I'm gonna do a little plug. We now have I would say a custom payment payment right now that's available in the Philippines called SaligPay. So if you want to use it, you can also use SaligPay. So you can use it in the Philippines. Ayan, so si SaligPay. Right? We also have marketing. So who here are email marketers? Who here are email marketers? Just type in email. Because other than the fact that this can be used as a CRM, you can also run your email campaigns inside of High Level. So it's one of the things that I really like. It's because everything that you receive from us, it's created inside of High Level, guys. You can absolutely build email campaigns in here directly. It allows you to build templates. It allows you to also track your email campaigns. And like I said, every time you do demo, this is what's happening. It's just loading, like loading. But this will allow you to create email templates. This will allow you to see all of your email statistics. So if you want to know if somebody actually emailed you, or if somebody opened your email, was that ever delivered, you can also see that inside of the email statistics, which I think is going to load in a little bit. But we also have, can you also design email newsletters? Yes, actually, I was trying to show you that, but it's loading. Yo, there you go. So see, guys, email marketing, we have email statistics. So you're gonna see like how many emails did you deliver, how many bounce, what's your open rate look like, and more than that, the question earlier is that can you actually design your email template? And yes, you can, because you have over 1,000 email templates campaign that you can choose from over here. Right? So it should be easy for you to create your email campaign. Okay. And if you are managing multiple businesses, obviously you can also create. So if you're using Hootsuite, right? Who's using Hootsuite here? Forget about it, because you can now do that inside of High Level, right? Meaning you can connect any of your accounts, meaning you can add multiple different social media accounts like Facebook, Instagram, your GDP, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube, Pinterest, anything that you have, and then have it connected, schedule your posts in all of those social media platforms. And again, you can just goodbye to Hootsuite for that. Okay. What else? We'll talk about automations in a little bit, but if there's anything that I 100% like about High Level is the fact that you can customize it based on your business. Like literally anything that you want to do, you can customize that inside of the automation builder. Unlike other tools that it has pre-built automations that don't really is talking to your business, automation of High Level is something that you can build from scratch, right? So you can either build from a recipe, you can actually build from scratch, which I would normally do because I don't really like using templates, but you can build thousands of automations for your business. So if you guys are receiving emails from businesses at 1 o'clock, that's probably because they have set up automations for their business. Okay. Or if you've received confirmation email from us, that's because I would say automation for it. Okay. And we also have sites. So what's sites, guys? I think I've seen a lot of people commenting earlier, can I build websites in here? Absolutely. You can even build your online store inside of High Level. So here you can build a website, and just like WordPress, or I would say Squarespace, or whatever website builder that's available out there, you're also able to build your website directly from High Level. And you can also use thousands of templates to begin with. And it's super easy to use because you can just drag and drop all those elements inside of the builder. I'm going to show you that later on, guys. For now, I'm just showing you what are the features inside of High Level. We also have funnels. So if you want to build a funnel instead, you can also choose over 1,000 templates, or you can actually start from scratch. Like I said, it's drag and drop. So if you have experience building a website from probably Squarespace, I think it's the easiest, then you should know how to build one in High Level too. And like I said, you can also build your online store inside of High Level. So if you guys are using e-commerce platforms, although it's a little bit, I would say, do you recommend, Mario, to use the online store in High Level now? I don't really, but
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to get there. It's I would say it's like a steam powered bicycle right now. And so it's a little bit more, it's not quite as powerful as Shopify,
right.
but it is definitely getting there. It's great for businesses that have, basic e-commerce functions and things like that. One quick note that I've seen a lot of comments, and I'm trying to answer as many of the questions as possible. I appreciate everyone using the Q&A feature. That is where we can answer these questions. But one quick note, JC, I think that you kind of buried the lead a little bit on the sites function. So people have asked a couple times if the websites in high level are, you have to pay per website, and you do not. There is no limit to the number of websites and funnels that you can create inside of high level, and it's 100% included in the $97 and up plan. So
Yeah, that's true. Actually, if there's anything that most business owners like about high level, it's the fact that you don't pay extra for additional features. Like, I think you only have to pay for AI, but other than that, everything is included in the plan, including unlimited websites. So you can build 100 website inside high level for 100 businesses. So just imagine, guys, the possibility here. Just get $97 sub account and then build 100 website for 100 businesses. And I don't know how much you can charge for it, but I'm saying you can do that in just one sub account. Right? So it's unlimited websites, unlimited funnels. Everything that I'm talking about
Yep.
are currently included in the $97 plan. Thank you, Mario, for pointing that out. Mhm.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what? No way. Yes, yes way. And yes, you can build your online stores if you I think you guys have seen the changes in Shopee or Lazada, right? Like where they charge so much fees for people to actually sell one product. If you want, you can actually even build your online store, especially if it's just one product. Like if you're selling soap, right? You can build your website inside here, or you can build your online store in here directly, so you don't have to pay those platform fees, right? I mean, I think Shopee pays, or Shopee's like 20%. I don't know. I don't really sell product there, but you can actually start building your online store inside of high level. Yeah. So you have an onboarding step here, how you can build your online store. So they're now building as many onboarding I would say steps here. So you know, as a beginner, you get to know how to set up your own. And then one of the things that I really like is you can also build your forms. So for people who join here free, I think you guys have seen how we created a form, very simple form here. You can also choose from a template. So instead of using JotForm, guys, or Google Forms, you can actually create your own forms inside of high level. You get to choose the design, and like I said, it's also unlimited. So you can create as many forms inside of high level as you can. Forms and survey is pretty much the same or similar. I think the only difference is the purpose. So depending on your purpose, you can choose between forms and survey to collect clients' information. And we also have quizzes. So for those who are, fond of, creating quizzes, especially if you're planning to sell your coaching courses, you can also build your quizzes inside of high level. And I think one of the QR code. So, guys, I use the QR codes of high level a lot, especially for networking. Since we're going into Dallas in the next couple of days, my system is also built inside of high level. So whenever somebody, have to connect with me, they just have to scan the code and they're automatically added into the CRM. And I have skipped the chat widget. You can also build your website chat agents, meaning to say if you want somebody to be answering your customers in your website, you can absolutely embed I would say a widget inside of your website. Okay, what else? Here a couple of more, guys, just one or two more. Yeah, we have memberships. So memberships, guys, is a big thing. If who here knows schools, just type in schools. Right? So if you're in the coaching business, you most likely are still purchasing school just so that you can build your community. Say no to school, because now you can also build your community inside of high level. What do I mean? Actually, if you've seen or if you're part of my community, everything is created inside of high level. So here I can create a community just like Facebook groups or schools, and you get to create your own slog. You can have your own URL for that group. You can upload your logos to make it yours. And more than that, you can also upload your courses inside of that community. So meaning if you are looking to sell your digital products later on, how to be a contractor. What a very good example. How to be a contractor. You can put that inside of your community to start selling your actual product. Okay, so that's for digital product side. And it's actually in partnership with Go Collab. So it's also a competitor of, I would say, schools. So it allows you to also sell your community inside of the Go Collab marketplace. So you can make it public to the Go Collab community so that it allows, or they also help you sell your actual community. Okay. And finally, or well, actually, last two, we have reputation. So if you guys are fond of using Google reviews, I think in the US it's a big thing, right? I mean, in the Philippines, not so much, but you can also connect your Google My Business account in here. And if you want to manage all of that reviews, automate the responses here, if you want to request reviews from your customers, you can also automate that, and even responding to those I would say reviews that you're collecting in the system. And finally, reporting. So high level also allows you to connect a lot of things, including Facebook ad manager, your Google ad manager. So if you want to generate reports somewhere else, because you can then generate your report directly from high levels. So you can see here all of the campaigns that you're running. You can even this is something new this year, you can also make a custom report. So let's say you want to create a report for your client, you can do new report, and this time it will allow you to choose from template, create from blank template, and then include whatever you want to include in that actual reporting. So I think this helps you if you're managing client, or if you're helping your customer, make sure that you are being transparent in whatever you want to send them, like, you know, reporting, call reporting, you know, email statistics, everything that you want to include in your reports, you can actually do that in the custom reporting. Okay, and again, all of these features are included in the $97 plan. Okay, I didn't even went into the app marketplace, but there's so many more things that you can actually do inside of high level, right? And again, sorry, just give me 1 second. Mario. I
Yeah,
think
what's
you
up?
Yeah, I think you well, I'm like, what am I gonna say? Yeah, I think you have to remove the link from your profile. I think somebody is joining here for free, which I think is fine. Muna or ano ba yun?
Oh,
Yeah, I think you
yeah,
shared the direct link, so I think people are able to join for free. So
oh no, I'm so sorry. I will fix that
yeah,
right now.
people is gonna be mad at you. No, just kidding. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
no,
do
I will
that
fix
right
that
now.
right now.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Okay, so guys, that's pretty much the highlights of what high level is. So like I said, it's an actual tool. And I think you might be wondering, Cece, what's next for me now that I've learned the tool? What can I do to offer these services? Who is excited about that conversation? Just type in excited. How can I make money using high level? How can I, how can I offer this as a service? What is this? Or how can I build my own automation? Because this is what the webinar is for, right? To build your first automation, to basically offer this as a service. Because like I said, my promise to you is how I'm able to use high level automation and basically charge people 50,000, 100,000 just to build it. And I'm sure that a lot of you are excited to know how can I get away from my hourly rate, because a lot of you guys are on a $3, $5 rate. So maybe there is a chance for you to also help other businesses build their business. And that will allow you to charge them not on an hourly rate, but based on a project based situation. So, anyway, let me just go back to my presentation on what high level is. So, again, basically, high level allows you to automate any businesses around the globe. And like I said, guys, I think right now it's being used in the US, the UK, Australia, Canada, United Arab Emirates, in the Philippines. I don't know where else, Mario. United Kingdom,
Are
like
you talking
major.
about where high levels being used?
Yeah, right now, like which countries?
So high levels in over 100 different countries. And predominantly it is the UK, US, and Australia for just general utilization. It is becoming popular in countries like the Philippines and Thailand because of people like you, CC. Because you are teaching people how to build their businesses. And I think one of the really important things that um, we should just touch on really quick is that high level is going to release country specific map pricing. So thanks
So
to
what we
your
are all been waiting for.
yep, thanks to your push, um, high level is going to release country specific map pricing, which will allow companies in the Philippines to access high level for cheaper than the $97 per month. Because right now, just for everyone's reference, high level, if you buy a SaaS or pro subscription, the minimum you can sell high level's full feature set for is $97 US per month. You can sell one or two features for anything short of $0. So let's say that you wanted to sell just the social planner, just websites, just conversations, things like that. You do have that ability to sell just those functions for less than $97. And it's a great opportunity to stair-step businesses, especially in places like the Philippines, to stair-step businesses into the ecosystem. I think one of the things that you mentioned, CC, is that Google reviews aren't really as popular in the Philippines, but they are becoming more popular. And
It
this
is actually. Mhm.
yeah, this gives you the ability to start getting businesses ahead of the curve. Because as Google reviews become more popular, it's going to become increasingly more important for people to solicit those reviews and to manage their reputation online. So, yep.
Yeah, in short, guys, it's an opportunity for us to be the one to introduce Google reviews in the Philippines. I know that not a lot of business owners does that, but it's something to take a look at. And if you guys would, if you guys would just do your little research, not a lot of business owners in the Philippines even have a website. So it's a start, right? I mean, if we are to make money in high level, the easy answer is build websites for businesses. Super simple, right? Build website. I mean, if you get like a $97 plan, you can build like unlimited websites. Just go outside, like ask businesses who has website, who don't. Charge them as little as 5,000, 10,000 pesos. If you close at least 20 clients, that's 20,000 revenue for you. Meaning, and then you offer something else like, hey, I'm gonna also manage your actual website on a monthly basis. Manage to make sure that it's up and running every now and then, that you're not gonna have issues, and then charge them a retainer, like services like 5,000 pesos per month, right? I mean, that means you don't have to even find clients in the US, because you can also find clients in the Philippines. And that's the reason why we're trying our best to make sure that we are coming up with solution to make high level really affordable in our country. That's because I know $97 is a lot for a lot of people, right, Mario? I think we had to explain economic disparity over to high level so that they would understand that, hey, $97 is not for us. Maybe change the pricing for Filipinos, like have a Filipino pricing. And guys, soon we will have. And that's because in order for you to resell high level, I know that you've seen so many people selling it less. Understand that they're violating policy, because there's a minimum allowable pricing to sell high level, and that's $97. You can never
Yep.
get anything less. Okay, if you've seen anyone, report it to legal. I'm like, report it
Yeah.
to legal. Mhm.
Yeah, it's really important to note, guys, that and I talked about this during my presentation in our small group session regarding compensation and expected rates. Don't sell yourself short just because you're in the Philippines. It's really important that if you're well spoken in the English language and you're competent in the high level system, there's no reason why Filipino or American that you can't charge $100 an hour and demand a higher rate because of your skill level. There's also no reason why in the Philippines you can't charge, $97 per sub account. It's this purely a mentality thing, in my opinion, personally. So just keep that in mind, guys. I think it's really important for the Filipino people to start valuing themselves and in a more traditional light, as opposed to feeling like they need to accept a less than rate. So I pay my Filipino staff significantly greater through Alibot and my other entities, and I know that HL Pro Tools compensates their Filipino staff on par with the rest of the countries in our minimum standards. So it is very important to find companies like that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mario. That's really encouraging to hear. That's because a lot of people would tell you, charge $3, charge $5. The thing is, you can charge more,
No.
right? You just gotta learn the skill. You have to master it, that you are so good to be able to charge that much. Okay, I understand you want to charge more, but you guys have to understand that charging more also means mastery, meaning knowing it all, so you can charge a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There. All right. So anyway, let's proceed. So again, high level basically will allow you to do everything. And today we will show you exactly how you can become the next high level automation builder. And guys, I'm talking about automation builder alone, only because there are so many offers you can come up with high level. You can be an automation builder. You can be a reputation management VA. You can be, a website builder. You can be a funnel builder. There are so many skills that are created only by learning high level, right? And I can tell you that right now there's over 100 skills literally that you can learn just by learning high level. But today we're only going to be focusing on one thing, and that's for you to set up your first automation using high level. Meaning to say, I am teaching you how you can potentially become the next automation builder or automation architect. I really want to use the word architect. Really, that's because high level is like, I'm going to show you this, building a house, right? I call it architect just because in order for you to build something inside of high level, and this is what you will not learn from any workshops, from any, from any summits, from anything that you have attended as a coaching session. They will teach you automation, but they will never teach you how to even build your automation, because you have to understand, in order for you guys to build a house, what do you need first? What do you need first? They just build a house.
A foundation.
Right? They build like a house, like literally just because you want to build a house. No, you have to have a blueprint. You have to have a foundation. Meaning that little drawing, diba lalagay mo doon, like where my kitchen will be located, where my bedroom will be located. That's the first thing that you have to come up with, even before building an entire automation. Because I have seen so many people build an automation without a plan, without a concept. Okay, so part of this webinar is we will make sure that we will cover how you can build process mapping, just like beginning how you can how you can build your house, meaning with a floor plan, how we, what are the different stages you can build inside of high level. Okay, and number two is we will collect assets. Of course, now that you know the plan, meaning you have your, your little drawing on what you're gonna do, now you're gonna have to identify your materials. Meaning to say, what are your contents, your assets, emails, SMS templates, your, your domains, all of that should be available before starting any automation. And finally, once you have all those assets, meaning you have your materials to begin the build, the construction, you can now build inside of high level. Okay. And I want to make it really, really simple, guys, all because I know I showed you earlier that there's over what 50 plus features of high level, and I think a lot of the beginners, and I think Dea will agree to this, but a lot of the beginners don't know where to start, right? Like, yeah, you told me high level. Should I start building communities? Should I start building websites? Or what do I do first, right? So in this actual workshop, I just want you to learn one thing, and that's to understand that high level for now has one purpose, and that's going to be a CRM, at least for now, just for this actual workshop. Okay, what we're trying to build, so this is why high level is built in the beginning. It's to basically capture, to nurture, and to close customers, right? Meaning to say, using high level, and in this entire workshop, what we will be focusing our energy on is to build a simple CRM for an actual business in order for us to capture customer, and that's using forms and surveys. And for those forms and surveys to be embedded in a form or website so that people can see it. And after that, once they entered our CRM, which is high level, we're now going to have to set up a way in order for us to nurture them. Nurture means how we can turn these customers into an actual paying customers. Meaning, how are we going to set up email, SMS, and automation workflows so that even if we're sleeping, we're making money, right? Meaning to say, our customers are getting emails even if we're not available, because we have that set up inside of an automation. And finally, how we can make sure that we can also close them by actually creating invoicing or payments and contracts inside of high level, right? So again, the entire conversation or the whole concept of this entire workshop will revolve around this three simple process: capture, nurture, and close. Okay. Now, again, becoming a builder is becoming or building an actual house. So I actually, guys, created a very, very simple structure on how I've been doing it for the past 6 years. Actually, I have done this a long time ago so that it will make my life so much easier, because I know that as a newbie, what will I ask, right? How will I know what to build? I mean, I know process mapping, but what is that? How do I build one, right? So I'm sure that some of you might be overwhelmed seeing process mapping for the first time, but let me show you one, okay? Ayan. Miro. So let me just log in. 1 second, guys. And I'm doing this live, so forgive me kung may delays. Ayan. Right, so let's show you one of the process mapping for the first time. For the first time. Okay, so this is what process mapping looks like. Kaya? Can you guys do it? Parang wala nang sumagot sa comment. Yes, there you go. They're like, oh, ito pala yung sinaynapan ko, no? So chill, guys. That's because, yes, in the past, I used to do this manually. Meaning to say, in order for me to understand what I will build for the client, I have to learn how to process map. And process mapping involves knowing how to use these shapes, right? Meaning, when do I use a circle? When do I use a triangle? And honestly, as a beginner, it's hard, right? So what I did was I actually created, and guys, I'm gonna give this to you for free, an actual chat GPT AI assistant to be able to help you build the builder, like an actual process map, without having the headache of actually knowing what the shapes are. And I'll even teach you how to make it super, super easy and simple. Okay, so let's understand. How do we actually get clients for high level? Mario, can you give us like scenario where um what are the common
Yeah.
like needs of high level person, like they, someone who would like to help, like to get some help from you building their business, like what's the common scenario?
Yeah, so it's really important to think about what businesses need, right? So they need to capture, nurture, close leads and turn them into sales, right? So they need to convert eyeballs into dollars. And high level allows you to do that. So one of the common situations that businesses find themselves in that need high level are when, let's say that they don't have any customer retention program, or they don't have any ability to track their sales or get customers to come back, because the best sale is a sale that you didn't pay for the lead, right? So once you get a lead, you want that customer to keep coming back to your business, to your restaurant, to buy more clothes from you, things like that. So common situations involve businesses that don't have any nurture sequence, that don't nurture their leads to keep their leads engaged, that ultimately convert into sales. Businesses that need help with things like social media management or reviews management. Really and this is something that I used to talk a lot about, and I speak a lot about on stage, is that every single business in the world, every single one needs high level. It's just a matter of what they need specifically in the high level ecosystem. So don't get discouraged just because there may be a business says, oh, I don't need a system like that. It's like, well, wouldn't you like to, and this is something that my mentor Matt Decino taught me, wouldn't you like it if someone told you, I will give me $1 and I will give you back $5? And that's the same conversation that you need to have with the business owner. Wouldn't you like it if you gave me $1 and you put $1 into a machine and $5 came out of the machine? Wouldn't you say that you'd put as much money as you can into that machine, right? And high level is that machine. It is putting $1 in and getting $5 out. So there is a definitive return on investment. But basically, every business needs it. Even places like churches need high level. So during COVID, when I was, so I started in high level in 2018 when they founded the organization. and I discovered the software. During COVID in 2020, my digital marketing agency, my SaaS agency, actually picked up over 100 churches around the United States that needed help communicating with their congregations. Because nonprofits are businesses too, they need to make money. So even nonprofits need high level and are willing to pay for it. Does that answer your question, CC? You're on mute.
Oh, I'm muted. Thank you so much, Mario. Yeah, that actually answers my question. So basically, guys, these are like literally small businesses. Imagine Mario was approached by a church because all of these actually needed a system. Imagine going to a dental clinic, and then you have to fill
Mm-hmm.
out a paper, and they're like, "Oh, okay, this is a paper," and then they'll have to compile that in a little, like I would say cabinets, and then they'll have to find your information when you go back. These are all traditional ways of managing businesses. So what high level is allowing you to do is to forget about the papers, right? Meaning how many businesses are out there, including churches, just like what Mario mentioned, to manage their, like congregates, to manage their actual businesses, to have that CRM, just so that they can capture that information. So again, today the goal is, in order for you to help brainstorm with those businesses, how you can actually build it for them. Because like I said earlier, high level is customizable 100%. So depending on the business, you would have to understand how they're operating their business, so you can actually set it up for them. Right? So meaning you get to brainstorm, you get to be the one to set up, okay, what are the different things I will build inside of high level. Okay, so now I did mention earlier that, as someone who don't have experience, it might be overwhelming to start with something like this. So what if we give you something like an AI assistant you can talk to, so you can actually create a flow chart. So this is how it works for me for the past 5 years. So again, there are people who's reaching out to me and will say, hey, can you build me a system in high level? Or can you help set up my sales CRM inside of high level? So how do we help them do that using this actual builder? So guys, this is the fun part. I would tell you that this is the um, most interesting part, because this is you literally hopping on a call with a client, because most of the client will reach out to you and say, I need help building. But what are you building? You just have to have this chat GPT AI assistant, and all you need to do is just click on please create a flow chart. And guys, I'll do this really slow, because this is an actual flow when you have a client, meaning to say somebody reach out to you, now you just jump on a call with them, and when you jump on a call with them, you're now going to have to ask them questions. And what questions do you have to ask, right? And now this AI assistant wouldn't just help you build your process map, but will also guide you on asking the right question. Okay, so for example, I'm on a call with Mario, and I'm gonna ask, hey Mario, I understand you want to build your CRM. Here, the first question is, can you tell me what industry you're in?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you just have to go ahead and feed Chat GPT and say, well, I'm currently in, let's just say, real estate business. So meaning to say, I help people basically sell houses. So that's what it is. So here it will tell you that, okay, I understand you're in real estate. Can you tell me what's the main objective of you building this automation? Because, of course, at the end of the day, you want to understand how exactly or why exactly they want to build an automation. You want to find out their goal. So let's just say Mario is the real client, right? Mario, what's the main objective of
Yeah.
your automation?
Yeah, so I need to figure out how many leads I'm getting and get notified when I get a new lead. That would be amazing, because I don't know, unfortunately, I don't know when I get a new lead, and oftentimes I miss that lead. So it'd be really great to at least know when I get new leads.
I definitely get how frustrating it is to, not be able to see how many leads you get in your CRM. So yeah, so from what I'm hearing, you basically need help in being able to automate how you're gonna be capturing leads, and at the end of the day, be able to follow up on them and track them inside of your CRM, right?
Yes, exactly.
I love that you're here, Mario. Because now we're doing a live discovery call, guys. This is an exact thing that's happening on a call in order for you to help them charge them later on 50,000, right? So let's see, or 100,000. Anyway, let's proceed. So, okay. That's excellent. Can you tell me exactly what we're building? So are we building like more of a sales pipeline? So meaning just being able to see new leads and then close them? Or is it more on the marketing side? Can you tell me what we're building?
Yeah, so this is going to be more on like I would say, onboarding and follow-up automations. Really the most important thing for me is I need to know when I get a new lead. So
Okay.
it would be more of like internal notifications, I would say.
Gotcha. So I'm guessing probably let's just set up something very simple where, I'll just
Yeah, a
build
sales
like
pipeline
a,
would be great.
yeah,
Yeah.
sales pipeline where I get to help you build, where when there's a new lead, you get to see that in the stage. And more than that, you also get notified. So, where are you getting your leads from currently, Mario? Like, do you get it from website? Where do you get them?
So I currently get my leads mainly from my Facebook page and my Google business number.
Oh, that's amazing. So how many leads have you been getting so far? I mean, through this efforts, like how is it going for you?
Yeah, so actually, that's a really good question, CC. I don't get that many leads, and that's something that maybe we can discuss later,
Mhm.
doing some lead generation. But I get about 2 to 3 per day.
Gotcha. And Mario, I understand you said you get your leads from Facebook. So how do you get them? Like how do they enter your system? Do you have anything in place?
No, I don't. So I have to manually check my Facebook messages. So if you have a system for that, that'd be really cool.
Absolutely. And that's the reason why I'm here because my goal is to be able to help make sure that we can capture your leads from Facebook. So I think the most, or I would say the easiest way is to build like a form maybe, and then we can embed that in your website. By the way, do you have a website or a landing page?
I don't have a website or landing page. So if
Mhm.
that's something you can help me with as well, I'd definitely be open to talking about that.
Oh, perfect. Okay, no problem. I'm here to help. So let's figure out a way later on how we can build that. So from what I'm seeing, we want to capture leads, and then you want to be notified about it. Of course, do you guys, talk to them like maybe, through calendar? You want to have like your own calendar link or something?
So right now, all we're doing is just calling the lead or emailing them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm totally open to any suggestions that you have.
Okay, perfect. To make it super simple, I think I'm just gonna help you build, very simple pipeline, maybe just 5 different stages where there's new lead. If it's been contacted, we get to see them. When an appointment has been scheduled, we get to see them, and you have shown the property, we can see them, and when you have closed it. So yeah, I think I'm
Wow,
gonna
that would be game changing for us.
yeah, so guys, I hope that you're seeing how this is flowing so far. See how this AI assistant is actually helping you ask the right questions and at the same time identifying now what you're gonna be building. Okay, so now I have 5 different stages, and later on, I'm gonna show you how this is exactly gonna be built inside of high level. So now I'm just gonna ask Mario. So guys, notice that I now have established 5 different stages, and this is I would tell you that this is the heart of every automation you're going to be building because in high level, you need to be able to identify where you're going to be putting them. And it all starts with stages or pipeline opportunity stages. Okay. So now I need to find out because I am helping Mario build his entire automation. I'm gonna now ask him that in every single stages, what automation he wants to build. Okay, so let's proceed. So, Mario, so earlier you mentioned that when you get a new lead, you just want to be notified. Was there anything else you want to happen? Like maybe sending confirmation email to the person who filled out a form?
Oh, that'd be amazing. I'd love to be able to automatically follow up with them. And I'd also love to be able to track how many leads I'm getting per day. So anything we can do in terms of maybe segmenting those customers as well would be really nice because, I get a couple of different types of leads. Some are commercial real estate and some are residential real estate. So I'd like to be able to delineate between those two lead types. I think that would be amazing.
So you get commercial and residential. Gotcha. So you want to be able to make sure that we can probably label them whether they have filled it out as a commercial or residential. Okay, gotcha. Was there anything else you want to probably or hoping to see to automate when you've got a new lead, or is that it? so far?
No, really, that's pretty much it so far. What I think the only other thing that I'd like to do is maybe just set a reminder for myself, but this is a great starting point.
Okay, perfect. I think we can also add like a task reminder for you internally inside of the platform because High Level allows you to create tasks. So we can do that. So now I think after it is a new lead. So I mean, you receive a new lead, you're talking to them. What happens next? Can you just walk me through what happens next? Like, do you guys call them?
Yeah, so as soon as I notice that I have a new lead, which this is great because this is going to tell me now that I have a new lead so I can get to them faster. The first thing I do is I pick up the phone and I give them a call and just ask them, what kind of properties they're interested in and whether they're looking to buy or sell.
Okay, so in this stage, you basically want to qualify if they're interested to buy from you or they're basically not interested. And this is going to be done through a manual call, right?
Exactly.
Gotcha. Was there anything you want to do other than that? Like probably do you want to have a follow-up after probably after your
Yeah, a
calls or
follow-up
me?
after 7 days would be great
Mhm.
because most buyers and sellers really need some time to sleep on their decisions.
Mhm.
So I'd love to have it where they I get to follow up with them 7 days after and make sure that they're still interested.
So right after talking to them, I just want to understand, what we're building here. So you talk to them, you find out that they're interested. Do you normally ask them to book an appointment with you, like in person?
Yeah, I typically like to book an appointment. If it's a buyer, then I'll book a showing with them based on their property preferences. And if they're a seller, then I'll come and do a home analysis.
Got it. And most of the time, these are like done. So showing is in person, and then home analysis is mostly virtual, right? In person meetings, and then this one.
Exactly.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you for that. I think we're almost done. I'm actually just asking these questions so that I would know exactly how I can build, how I am able to build your automation for you. So when appointment scheduled is done, so right after property is shown, was there anything you normally send to your buyers, to your sellers, like sending them a thank you, messages, emails, maybe?
I don't really at the moment, but I think that it'd be great if I had that opportunity.
Yeah, maybe we can like leave review or just thank them for attending or something. Okay, let me just do that. Maybe just send thank you or feedback requests. Okay, let me just make that really simple where we can automate it where the system sends like an email thanking them for this. Okay. So offer like for our last stage because I'm trying to um bring it until closing. So do you not normally notify anyone else when you're ready to make an offer or when you're ready to close them? Or do you just want to just move them over to close sale?
Yeah, I'd like to notify the title agency and the closing agency, the closing attorney's office, whenever there's a sale that is closing.
Okay, gotcha. All right, let me do that. So I think I have everything I need so far, and I think I know exactly what we're gonna be building here. So what I'm gonna do here, Mario, is that I will help build a process map. I want to call it process map, but it's basically a drawing of what we will be building inside of High Level. Okay, so I'm gonna get back to you in 24 hours, show you the process map, and if there's any revision, then we can revisit it before we build anything. Is that okay?
That sounds amazing.
All right, thank you guys. That's legit an actual call, discovery call done. Okay, that's an actual strategy call. So you might be wondering what makes it different when you're applying as a VA. In here, you're showing yourself as an actual expert, as an actual strategist, because you're asking the right questions in order for you to help them build their actual CRM. You're not applying for jobs. And earlier, Mario said, do not ever sell yourself slow, and you can only do that if you know what you're doing, right,
Exactly.
Mario? Yeah, any tips, Mario, doing that?
Yeah, so I mean, becoming an expert, working with your friends and your family, testing it on your own business, drinking your own Kool-Aid, as they say. It's okay to charge entry-level rates when you are just starting out. Like, for example, so I ran a digital marketing agency for a little bit over a decade. And when I first started out my agency over 15 years ago, I was building WordPress websites for like $800 to $1,000, and like full-fledged copywriting, graphic design, custom coding, everything for $800 to $1,000. And those projects would take me like a week to 2 weeks to do. So I wasn't making very much money. By the time I sold my agency over a decade later, I was charging 15 to 25,000 for a website, because I was a true master and my team were masters in the production of website builds and things like that. So it's okay to start lower, but you have to
Yeah,
set the
true.
expectation that people are going to pay you for what you're worth. And a lot of it has to do with confidence, Cece. You have to be confident in
That's
your
true.
ability to be a master. That doesn't mean to fake it or lie. It's okay to tell people that, hey, look, I'm newer to this. I'm hoping you'll give me a chance. And as part of giving me a chance, I'd like to offer you maybe a 3-month discount on my hourly rate. And in
Yeah.
3 months, I'm going to be an expert, and then my hourly rate is going to go up. So it's really important to set those expectations up front. For example, my partner in business and everything else started off charging about $50 an hour for her services. She's a virtual assistant, and started charging off about $50 an hour for her services as a beginner and a high level. And now she charges $125 just a year later to those same clients that started with her at $50 an hour, because she set that expectation up front that the rate would increase.
Yeah, well, that's a really nice strategy, guys, that you're learning from Mario, because then you know how to position yourself as a beginner right away. Like, I mean, you don't have to charge like thousands of dollars right away as a beginner. I mean, I know that it takes a lot of time to reach mastery, but you have to put in mind that I didn't get to this overnight. That's why you have to work hard to make sure that you've reached that certain mastery. And I'm reading through the comment section earlier, Mario. I'm not a very good person. I don't speak good English. Guys, I don't really started speaking good English. I'm gonna tell you that right away, because in the past, I was even judged for actually talking na wrong grammar, wrong gramming, ganyan, no? But I worked so hard to, to speak fluently at the most, no? Hindi perfect grammar, but at least something that can be easily understood by the person that I'm talking to. If your goal is to work with clients like abroad, then definitely you have to work on your communication skills. That's a number one requirement. It's non-negotiable. So what did I do? I had to do anything and everything in my power. In fact, I still remember the time where I'm recording myself in my phone. And then I'm doing Mac calls. This is back in the call center days, pa guys. I'm like literally going through a script, and then I'm reading it all over and all over again. I had to hop on hundreds of discovery calls just so that I can be confident. So the goal is to do it so many times until you're so good at it.
May
Meaning
I
it's
add?
okay. Yeah, it's okay for
Yeah,
you to mess up. Go
may
ahead,
I
babe.
add something,
Mhm.
sis? So, guys, learning to speak English is not overnight. It's not overnight success. I would like to share to you that before I became a call center agent, where I had enhanced my English skills, I am a supermarket bagger. Okay. And since I know that there is an opportunity to becoming a call center agent where they require you to speak in English, I invested in myself in learning English. So I studied English in a weekend school. And then I'm talking or speaking in English with my fellow baggers, where they always tell me, eto piso, bumili kang kausap. Right? So that's funny, right? So
You say that in English, Dea, because
yeah,
Mario had to understand that situation. Eh.
yeah.
So
So
she was given a penny to,
yeah,
what was
here's
that,
1 peso,
Dea?
by other person to talk with in English. So if you are really
Yeah.
determined, just, don't watch Tagalog teleserye, watch English films. Then you'll be able to imitate them, or you'll be able to learn some specific basic structure in English. Test it with your other network who already speaks good English, so that you'll be able to practice. practice, practice, practice. That's it.
What would you say, Mario, what would you like, I guess, suggest to anyone who is not yet confident in their English communication skills?
There are plenty of people that are just like you that don't speak English. This is, I think, one of the misconceptions that I'm trying to break in, especially like the Philippines and Latin America, is that there's no requirement for you to do business with the US. Like there's still money in the Philippines. Now, is your compensation going to be as high? No, but your cost of living also isn't as high. So there are plenty of people that don't speak great English that would love to work with somebody else who doesn't speak great English. And it's okay, but practice, practice, practice. When my dad, who is a Bolivian immigrant, who only spoke Spanish in his university, he wasn't even learning English. When my dad first came to the U.S. with my mom, they really tried hard to practice English and make friends who spoke English. So they didn't just hang out with people who are, in the same language barriers as them. They didn't just hang out with people from the same country as them. They intentionally sought out partners and associates, and anybody here who wants to practice their English for like 15 minutes a week or 15 minutes a day with me, I will personally offer, if you scan my QR
Aw.
code, I will personally offer to hop on group Zooms with everybody and practice. Just book on my calendar and would be happy to work with anybody that's interested in learning English because I'm interested in learning Tagalog. And at the same time, like I have a lot of experience having quite a few family members who are English as a second language. And my mom actually was a Spanish English tutor. And it was really important for her to teach me how to break down English for people that don't speak English. So I'd absolutely be happy to work with anybody here who's interested in learning to speak English. I love making friends. I spend 22 hours a day on Zoom, and practicing with you is not going to bother me at all. So, but that would be my
Wow.
recommendation to people: is practice, practice, practice. Intentionally seek out people in communities. One of the things that I notice about Filipino people that is not a handicap per se, but is something that presents additional challenges is the switching of languages and intermingling. And CC, you do this a lot, where when you're posting on Facebook, half your post is in Tagalog and half your post is in English.
Yeah.
And I'm a fan because I like translating stuff and learning, but what that does is it's kind of a crutch. So when I speak Spanish, like I'm fluent in Spanish, and when I speak Spanish, I intentionally will speak only Spanish, and
That's
I won't try, and because people in Latin America often will understand English at a rudimentary level. So you can kind of get around it, but that's a cop out for me. So do it right, and do it right the first time, and speak only in English, and you will be totally fine.
Yeah.
It doesn't
And
take long to learn English.
that's true. Again, I want to say this in Tagalog, but just so that it makes more impact. If hindi nyo ikamamatay na mag-practice ng English, then do it. I mean, if it's gonna make you money to speak English, then do so. I mean, I will do anything and everything in my power in the next 30 days to learn how to speak English if that's my goal, because nothing is literally impossible. I've known many people who went to Thailand or from, another country and learned the language so easily. So if you really want this, like, again, kung hindi nyo naman ikamamatay, then talk to your mom, your dad in English at home, to exaggerate it, because that's what you need. And even if nakakahiya, um, kakainin mo ba yung hiya? Right? I mean, if that's gonna feed your family and pay your bills, right? So
The-
what to be shy
Yeah.
for?
Yeah, and the thing is, bakit ka mahihiya mag-speak ng English if you're doing Carabao English for starters, right? Ang masamang ugali ang ikinahihiya, hindi ang pag-speak ng English, guys.
Correct. Okay. And join communities, right? I mean, Mario is a very generous offer. If you guys want or really need to practice, you really want to do this, you know, you can scan Mario's code and then book a call with him. You can also join our weekly webinars, you know, things like this. You can even join Mario's coaching because he does I think weekly coaching calls with a lot of foreigners in the call. So if you want to get over that idea, you can also join those weekly meetings, right? And guys, one more thing. If you really don't want to learn English, high level is available in the Philippines. That means it's not limited to just be offered in
Yep.
the US, but also in the Philippines. I think I saw CJ here. CJ like our CJ in HLA. Hi, Coach CJ. Andiyan pala si Cajoles eh. Andiyan si Sis. Okay, hi Sis. I think I also see CJ Salamida. His offer is not even in America. His offer is actually in the Philippines. He's been offering high level to insurance agents. So if you guys are not confident to speak in English, edi wag. Offer it to your Filipino business owners. I mean, I am working with lawyers right now because I'm helping them build their CRM, and these are Filipinos, right? So maybe serve your own first. Okay, so anyway, let's get back to this. I think I've said a lot of things already about speaking in English. We have more people joining, right, Mario? You want to introduce Vicente and Cara here on the call? Hi,
Yeah,
guys.
absolutely. So Vicente Lemus is an amazing, amazing GHL expert in Costa Rica and El Salvador. So he is bilingual and runs Freedom Automations with his wife, Caitlin. And they are just absolutely two of the greatest humans and best of my friends. It's a pleasure to introduce Vicente. He's going to be answering some of the questions. We've got about 80 questions in the Q&A, guys. So please make sure if you are answering questions or asking questions in the chat to switch those questions over to the Q&A. Vicente, Cara, and I. So Cara, it's a pleasure to introduce you as well. Cara is another great friend of mine. She is the founder of GHL Foundry, which is a training program similar to HL Accelerator, but more focused on businesses that want to scale, so less on the VA side and more on the SaaS side. So she's the co-founder of GHL Foundry. She is also going to be answering questions. We will get to the people that have their hands raised towards the end of the webinar. But for the time being, if you can just do us a favor, guys, and not ask questions in the chat, keep that just for comments and things like that. Focus those questions on the Q&A. It's in the bottom center of your screen. There's a little Q&A with a question mark box. All you have to do is just click on that and ask questions, and we're going to be tackling those. So I'll turn it back over to you, CC.
Thank you so much, Mario, and thank you so much, Vicente and Cara, for jumping in. Guys, this is how much I love the GHL community or the high-level community. Like, we literally treat each other as family, so everybody is joining, everybody's helping. Like the entire donation drive that we did, we've received so much from the high-level community, and I want to... Now I'm crying. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to personally thank Mario for, making sure that we are connected to these guys, and making it possible for us to connect to a lot of people around the globe. And maybe Vicente and Cara is also looking for VA, so this might be your chance, guys. But anyway, I'm gonna get back to the actual workshop. There might be more people coming in, and yeah, there you go, Michael Raymer, who sponsored 100 seats on this workshop, just joined the call. Thank you so much, Michael. Finally, you're here, so I can personally thank you for your generosity and sponsoring 100 people, guys. For those who've been
You're very welcome.
sponsored by Michael, please thank Michael. Say mabuhay Michael in the chat. Ayan. Hi, Michael. You want to say hi to
Hey
everybody?
there, you guys are so welcome. It's a great event to hear. Thank you guys for putting it together. Well needed for sure.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. He's the nonchalant Michael, guys. But we appreciate Michael for everything that he's done for, for this workshop and sponsoring 100 people to be able to join this workshop. So again, guys, I'm gonna go back. So at least now you have a general idea the call flow is happening when you have a client that reach out to you and say, I need help building my high level, but what are the right questions? Now we have the AI assistant to help you basically ask the right questions. And guys, if I go back here, okay, now the final step is AI assistant asking you, okay, do you want me to now generate a code? And guys, this is where the magic happens, right? Earlier, I showed you that process mapping looks like this and it's bloody, right? So if you don't know how to, create your own process mapping, you're probably gonna cry building one from scratch. So what this is doing is, let's do this. Let me show you the magic. And Michael, hi, or Michelle, sorry, just also joined. Hi, Michelle. Guys, this is all over the world. Hi, Jenna, you're also here. Thank you guys for the support. There you go. So I'm gonna go ahead and generate the code. Give me the code, okay? So again, this is where the magic starts because this is when you're gonna impress your client right away on how you're gonna be building their system. So guys, there are two tools that I would highly recommend for you to build your process mapping. Number one is Miro, and then the other one is we call Mermaid chart. So somebody can put
Oh,
that.
I love Mermaid Chart.
I love Mermaid.
You just talk to it and it builds out my partner showed me Mermaid Chart and she's like, yeah, you just tell it what you want to do in a workflow and it'll build out the workflow process map for you. I was astounded at what you can do with Mermaid Chart. So great recommendation, CC.
Yeah, I love Mermaid. Actually, I'm using Mermaid more than Miro because it's a lot easier to use. And guys, it's free to sign up. So, I mean, I think it's free for the first, I don't remember like how many, but okay, let me just do that again. Mermaid chart. Actually, let me do it here. Okay, so now you have it. So you just have to basically sign up for free. Again, I'm not selling this, guys. I'm just saying what I use. And then you can choose whichever, like, let me just skip this for now. Okay, what? Skip. All right, so I'm just doing process mapping. Now I'll try it for free. Okay, so now I have the entire code here that I need to basically just copy the code. So guys, in this AI assistant, all you need to do is copy the code. And then over here, you just have to click on start a flow chart. And this is the code configuration. If you know how to copy and paste, right, then you should be good. Now I have a little parse error here, line 9. Let's see. Okay, let me just feed that to ChatGPT so he can resolve it for me. I got this error. Please fix. So if you are too, like too lazy to fix that yourselves, you can just do that. So it will fix the entire code for you. So let me delete that entire thing. Okay, so let's just wait. So guys, this is where the magic happens, right? So if you don't know how to process map, there you go. Oops, what did I do? Okay. Right, can you guys see it? Where the magic happens?
That's so cool.
Yeah, so now I'm gonna zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it. Okay,
So I have a question for you, CC.
Yeah.
When you're process mapping, how do you just use ChatGPT predominantly to come up with ideas and solutions, or tell me a little bit about what is your thought process behind creating automations? Like I understand that you have the GPTs and things like that, but do you start with like a complete diagram? Do you kind of adjunctly put things in there? How do you typically build workflows?
This is how I typically build workflows. Basically, I try to ask the questions directly from, from the client. And then what I do is I just literally feed ChatGPT what is it that I'm trying to build. And then once I have the structure, all I need to do is just, pretty much just edit it from Mermaid. So my foundation is to build it from ChatGPT, so it's a lot easier for me to fix it later on. But this is like literally my process. One
Cool.
click.
Awesome. That really helps clarify things. Thank you.
Yeah. So guys, here you now see, so look how so detailed this is, based on my conversation with Mario, based on what I wanted to set up in terms of automation, and based on what are the stages I need to build inside of high level? So let's take a look at this. You'd see that Mario mentioned that he wants, or he's getting leads directly from Facebook page, and he's going to have a website where form is going to be in there embedded, where when form submits, it goes straight to a stage called a new lead, right? That's exactly what we talked about earlier, right? And then he mentioned what he wants to happen, and that's to send a notification to the client we receive it, to send me internal notification to make sure that when it's there, it categorizes the lead. So meaning it's going to tag the lead, right? And when it's contacted, is it manually called? Is it qualified? And then it separates it based on whether that's buyer or seller. And then after showing, so like this is the entire outcome of what we want to happen inside of high level. Right? And if you want to change it, absolutely you can change it. All I'm doing is I'm just sharing this output to my client, or normally I would jump on another call with Mario, and then I'm going to show him, okay, Mario, this is now how I'm planning to build your actual CRM, right? So this is the entire CRM I'm going to be building for him. Okay. So now let's proceed with high level, because I think you guys are now interested to see how I am building, or how I will be building this inside of high level from scratch, of course. Okay, so let me move this somewhere else, because I want to use two different screen. So let me log back in. Okay, so if you guys know how to copy and paste, I'm sure you can build your process map. Agree? And guys, by the way, we're going to be sharing with you this entire AI assistant that I am using right now. So later on, if you plan to use it, then you can. Okay. All right. So what's our next step? Based on my presentation earlier, we start with process mapping. What's next? There's 3 steps. What's next? Put it in the chat. Assets, right? Okay, so now I understand we want to build this, and then the next thing, we collect materials. So remember, guys, we're architects. We draw, now we collect assets. So next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask Mario if he already has email sequences, email templates, and all that stuff, so I can actually build it inside of high level. So anyway, I already prepared simple checklists. So normally after I have structured this entire process map, meaning I already know what to build, I'm now gonna ask the client, okay, or the customer, okay, can you just send me what's your form assets? What will the form look like? So normally they would have to tell me, okay, what are the information we will have to collect? So I'm collecting him a sample form, maybe a sample email. So like what will the email contents gonna look like? So you can collect these as part of the automation that you will be building. Okay. So let me close this, guys. Let me do this. Ang dami kong tabs open. So let me just close some of them. Okay. All right. So now let's get back to high level. What do you think is the first thing I'm going to build? What
I
do you
have no
think is-
idea. As a new business owner, there, you know, like I don't have anything. So I'd love to know what CC your process is for like what you build first.
Yeah.
Because I need everything.
Thank you so much, Mario. So yes, guys. So I think I'm seeing the question, the answers here. So of course, guys, we'll start with, if I go back to my presentation earlier. Okay. Oh my God, even my actual sales deck, I'm gonna be sharing that a little bit to you. My secrets, right? Everything. I told you guys earlier, ginalingan nyo, gagalingan ko din, right? So anyway, if I go back here, if I go back to the capture formula that we did earlier, the capture, nurture, close, will have to follow the same structure. Meaning, we'll have to start with forms. So in here, the first thing I'm going to start with is to create a form. So in this presentation, I'll proceed with creating a form inside of high level, like how we're going to be building everything. Okay, so let's do that. Right, so I'm in Sites. So where do we create form? You have to go ahead and create form inside of Sites. Over here, we can do form builder. And from the form builder, all I need to do is click on add form, and I can start from scratch or start from templates. To make it easier, I'll start from templates because I don't like designing things. I'm not a designerist, so I'll probably just choose a template here. So let me choose this template.
Can I say something really quick, CC?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that I always like talking about when I'm coaching people on building funnels and email templates and things like that is how many people here, do me a favor and drop a Y in the chat, the letter Y, if you have a friend who is a graphic designer. Drop a Y in the chat. All right, so we're getting a massive amount of people that have friends that are graphic designers. So lean on your friends. If you know,
I
you can
like
use
that.
funnel, you can use templates, you can use high levels native stuff. But if you have friends who are graphic designers, friends who are copywriters, um, make sure that you lean on them as much as possible and support them, support their business and their efforts as VAs. So when I started my creative agency and I was building websites, the first thing I did was recruit friends of mine who were in adjacent industries. And I said, look, I can't pay you a ton of money, but I can give you something to help me out and we can build our businesses together. And this is a great way for you to build a community and build an agency with the people that you care about. So be sure and leverage the experts and don't try and do everything yourself. It's okay to make 10% of 100%. It's more than 0% of 100%.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, forming collaborations, working with people you know, if that's your weakness, find somebody who can fill that weakness. I think it's what Mario is actually saying here. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you, Mario, for that advice. I think guys, if so Mario, I'm gonna have to say this. But if there's one thing that I hate about being a Filipino, it's the crab mentality. Guys, you have to change that crab mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Work with people, collaborate with people. That's the way to go. Okay. You can't think of everybody as your actual competitor. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna end it with that. Okay, so let me go back creating an actual um form here. So it's very super simple, guys. So this is the actual form builder. So we have three different tabs. We have edit, settings, and then submissions. Edit allows you to basically build your form. And what's nice about it is that it's drag and drop. So if you know how to drag and drop, then you can also do this, right? Over here to the quick add are all the standard custom fields. So please take note of the form. I mean the term. It's called custom fields, right? So the one here are all custom fields, but standards, meaning when we say standard, these are the most commonly used and are default to the system, meaning it's already available when you guys purchase this. Okay, so these are custom fields.
So,
But go ahead.
Steve, sorry to interrupt you, but
No.
Michael's raising his hand. I just wanted to
Oh, sorry, Michael.
have
Go ahead,
him.
Michael.
No, it's okay. It was kind of like to go along with Mario said to take
Go
it
ahead.
one step further, and Cece said as well. We have a lot of clients that say they're going to build their own website. They want to build their
Right.
own website. And I tell them, your website is your storefront. This is how people are going to know you. So you have to have a beautiful website because otherwise people can't trust you. So that's number one. I don't even build my own website. So I don't advise the client to build their website because it needs to look very polished. That's their storefront. That's what's going to introduce them to their client. So, like Mario said and you said, CC, get somebody that's a designer to do the front end because that's their introduction. That's their foot in the door to the client. So, if anybody's on the call and they think, oh, think I can pull that off, really, that's probably not the best thing to do for the client.
Yeah, that's a really good piece of advice, Michael. Thank you.
Yeah, that's actually true, guys. So again, find people you can work with. You guys can earn together, so do that, right? So yeah, so these are all the standard fields available in high level. So the most commonly used full name, last name, all emails. So if you scroll down, these are all commonly used fields, right? But if there's anything there that you want to add in your form that's not available as a standard, meaning a default field, then you can go to the custom fields and you can add your own field. And in here, it will allow you to choose what type of field you would like to build. So we have single for shorter text, we have multi-line for longer text, and all other elements like numbers, phone, monetary. If you want to use a drop down or multi drop down, you can actually select these guys. So if you've seen a form, like an actual application form, like in paper, this is the same thing. You just have to basically find out what type of I would say fields you want to go ahead and build in high level. So let's just say, I think based on our conversation with Mario earlier, or you can just go back to your actual assets in order for you to build your form. Although earlier, I think we have a different example because that's for a real estate business. But let's just say, okay, this is everything I'm gonna have to build. So here, I'm just gonna double check in my form. So I have the full name that's there. I have the email. I think I don't need this because we didn't talk about this. And let me see what else. I think I'm gonna be needing the phone number. So to grab the phone number, all I need to do is click on phone and then just drag and drop that over to phone number. And then I think earlier Mario mentioned he wanted to know whether that person is interested in commercial or residential real estate. So in order for me to add that, I'm just gonna have to add a custom field. And I guess I'm gonna use a single drop down because it's an option between residential and commercial. So what property type, let's just say you're interested in. Okay, so I can build my own and then I can say residential. And then the other one is commercial based in our call sample earlier. So I'm gonna have to add that in the groups, guys. I will explain in a bit what these groups are for, but in terms of organizing your contact fields or custom fields inside of, inside of the CRM, this will play a very, very critical part because this will help you know which ones goes under which folder. So for now, I'm going to put it under the contact folder. So now I'm going to have to save and go back here and type, okay, what form I actually what custom field I just built and then put it in here. Let me remove this other one. So here I have full name, email, and then phone. So guys, over to the left hand are all the form elements. The ones on the right is how you're going to customize the form, meaning the styles, the fonts, the size of the actual font, everything are on the right hand side. So if I click on this full name, it will give me an option to modify the general settings for this field. But if I want to style this, I can click on the styles and options button on the upper right corner. And then this will allow me to customize this even further. So will have colors and backgrounds and everything else. For now, I'm not gonna, complicate it. When you have your own account, you can explore further on how you're gonna do this. And then in the settings, it will allow me to choose that if somebody submits the form, what will happen next. So will I want to route them into a thank you page? Will I want to route them into my website, like an open URL? You can put the website here, or you can also route them into an order confirmation form. And you have additional form settings, including autofill, enabling time zones, and etc. And we also have submissions where you can see all the people that submitted the form. Anyway, let me just go back to the form. One of the most favorite thing I think I have here is the open conditional logic. So meaning to say, it allows you to set up conditions where if somebody basically fill out a form, let's say what property type they're interested in, you can create additional conditions where if somebody, so let's just say if somebody selected residential is equal to residential, what do you want to happen? So you can either hide a field, route them to a URL. So you have multiple things you can do. Disqualify the link, a lead, redirect them. You have like multiple other options you can, make as a condition. Okay, but anyway, let's make this super simple. I'm done with this. I'm gonna call this my Mario intake form. So it would be easier for me to find it later on. Mario intake form. And then
I love that.
Mario intake form, right? Fur is also here. Is that right?
Yes, we have Fur Patel has joined us. Danny Thompson has joined us. Danny has, so Danny actually, really quick, Danny, if you wanted to unmute yourself, I'm going to give you a quick shout out to everybody on the call. So remember how earlier I mentioned, so remember how earlier I mentioned that my partner had been a dog sitter making effectively minimum wage. Then she started charging right at $75 an hour and now charges $125 an hour in just shy of a year. So she's only been in high level for a year, guys. She got trained as a virtual assistant through high level certification program. And she now makes $125 an hour. So really impressive, Danny. And what was the biggest takeaway or kind of what drove you to decide to get into high level? Like, how did you go from charging $75 to $125?
I would say, I mean, as far as like what drove me to get to high level was just it was one of those things that just clicked in my brain whenever I started working with it. Whenever I did like the certified admin exam and everything, it aligned a lot with how like my brain already works. So it was kind of one of the first times that I really got a system that just kind of made sense to me in a lot of ways, and it helped me because like my creative expression is through automations, is trying to like think of ways to like fix problems and like create like solutions and everything for agency owners, for digital content creators, for courses and stuff like that, to really be able to get solutions to their clients and everything, and making sure that they're not missing any of the easy things like lead follow up and everything. And then as far as like what drove me, or like how I kind of helped raise my price, I would say just continuous education. Like I started learning more about N8N and everything, after learning more, like after completing the Make Academy. Now I'm starting to learn more about N8N. And then as well as doing Michael Pacito's snapshot management course and everything, going through that gave me a lot of knowledge to utilize and add more value for my clients and everything. Now I'm able to do snapshot documentation more thoroughly than what I previously was doing, and being able to help like give my clients the ability to really understand their system and explain it to them, to then they're able to sell it to their clients who may not be as technically savvy and everything. So that's helped me a
Cool.
lot as well.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Danny.
that's a really great share. You know, this for everybody, you know, highlights why you need to become a part of Coach Cece's accelerator. You know, Coach Cece, you know, said she's not here to sell anything. She's not here to do anything but coach and help people get into high level. But the truth is that I'm going to sell it on her behalf.
Aw.
Her HL accelerator program, her and Dea's accelerator program, will help you to achieve financial freedom through becoming a qualified virtual assistant. Cece's program, I've personally experienced and worked with some of the VAs that have gone through it. They are the most knowledgeable VAs on the market, and they do command a premium rate. So they are people that are able to charge more, just like Danny. But Danny is a living testament to what you are able to achieve with zero experience, guys. Very important to remember, she had zero experience in automations or high level up until last year. So I'll turn it back over to you, Cece, and let's get back on with the training.
Thank you so much, Mario. And it's nice to see you finally virtually, Danny. I
Cece.
mean, we've always been connected on Facebook, but we've never seen each other on Zoom. So it's so great to see you.
I know, it's so nice to like meet you in Zoom and everything, and not just be like a little Facebook icon.
Yeah, I know.
So-
I'm seeing Fur eating, by the way. I'm like, what are you doing, Fur?
So for reference, Danny is the one. So I call Cece my mom, and Danny is the one who takes care of me on a regular basis. So she is the one who makes sure that I eat and that I get sleep and that I have my water filled. So, but let's go ahead and get back on with the training. So
Yeah, thank you, Mario. So anyway, guys, we built our very first form. So if I go back to basically this chart, right? We have established that, okay, people are going to be submitting form from Facebook page and Google Ads. So we built our form. We called that Mario earlier. And technically, our next step is to build either our funnels or a website where we can embed the form. But I think I'm going to put that in later on. But if we go back to the sheet that I created, basically I'm done building my form to basically create a lead. Now I'm going to have to create a pipeline. So what is a pipeline? Pretty much, I think I have covered that a little bit, but a pipeline allows you to, again, basically track the progress of the lead. So you are creating a customer journey here, meaning to say you're basically trying to understand that if somebody enters a form or when somebody submitted a form, where do they go next, right? So pipeline, or what we call opportunity now, because it used to be called pipeline, so I still call it pipeline to this day. But now you get to basically create your pipeline in high level. So this helps you like visually see where your leads are. So now let's create our very first pipeline based on what we have created here. So here I'm going to go ahead and go to opportunities, go to pipelines, create pipeline, and then create a new pipeline. Then here I can name my pipeline. So you can call it whatever, guys, but for naming convention purposes, please make sure to name it based on its purpose. So meaning to say, if you're creating a sales pipeline, then please do call it sales pipeline. Just don't call it Mario, right? Because when you're inside of your pipeline, yeah, later on, and you're like, where's that little pipeline? You couldn't find it because you don't know like what you have named that specific pipeline. So anyway, let me go back. So here we're gonna be we're gonna have a new lead stage. We're gonna have contacted, that's there. We're gonna have appointment scheduled. So I'm gonna replace this. So you just have to go ahead and change this to appointment scheduled. And then I'm gonna have property shown stage. And I'm gonna have I think not interested earlier. And then okay, so I'm just basing it, I'm basing everything, guys, based on these stages. I have offer made. Do this. And finally close, right? Close. Okay. For me, the best setup is to try to set up at least less than 7 different stages. But if you feel like you need more, that's fine. But guys, keep it really simple. The goal of creating a CRM is to make it super simple to the point that you don't, you're not gonna have like 20 different stages. I've seen one with like 50 stages, and that's so crazy, right? So anyway, you can always drag and drop everything to reorganize them. I think this is my most favorite updates of the year. But anyway, you can create your pipelines. You have the option to show them in your reports if you wanted to. So normally people would want to build a pipeline for task management, then you don't want to include that in reports. So this allows you to do that. If you made a mistake, you can rename it or you can delete that pipeline stage. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on create. And now if I go back to opportunities, now I do have that little Kanban view of my actual pipeline. So this basically will tell me where my leads are now, but we don't have any automations yet, right? I mean, we have a form done. We now have created, I would say, a pipeline. Now, the next thing we're going to do according to this list is to be able to connect the form to a workflow trigger. But before that, guys, I just want to go back quickly to show you something. No? To show you something. Let me just go back here real quick, just to back up a little bit. Okay, because one of the things that most people also often forget is not organizing their contact section. I mean, we talk about CRM management earlier. We talk about being able to create a form, and what happens if you created a form? Like, where do they go, right? I mean, how do you organize your contacts? Because this is, again, most people who's building automation forgets, like organizing their actual CRM. So in high level, we have the section called contacts. And if I go to contacts, one of the things, guys, that you please make sure to add in your to-do list is to organize your actual contacts fields. So earlier, when I was creating a form, you'd notice that I'm adding custom fields, and all of those fields are actually added inside of a contact section. So I just open a contact, and here over to the left-hand section, you will see all the fields that I ever created. And notice that I have all these blue text, and these are called folders. So if I go to high level and then go to settings, I'm just going to show you how the CRM behaves. I can go to the custom fields section, and then you'd notice that if I switch over to folders, you'd notice that they're pretty much similar, right? So contacts folder, general information folder, additional folder. So these are all folders basically created inside of your CRM. So if you want to be able to organize how this looks like, when I say how this looks like, it's because there are customers, or I would say clients, not customers, who would want to see, okay, I want to see the name first. I want to see the phone number first. So in order for you to organize that, you have to go to the settings and then go to the custom fields. And if I click on contacts, this is now where you're going to see all of the fields that are inside of that folder. Okay, so you get to drag and drop however you want to see that contact inside of your CRM. So once you have organized these, then at least, okay, you have organized how your contacts are going to be managed inside of your CRM. Okay, so now let's go back. I just showed you that, guys, real quickly because some people literally don't know where those custom fields live. So every time you create a field inside of high level from the form or from the survey, it goes straight to what we call the custom fields. And this is where you can edit or manage them. So this is where you can delete them. And please take note, guys, that if it's a standard field, as I mentioned earlier, these are defaults. So if you notice, all the options to edit or delete are not available, meaning I can never delete it because these are standard fields. But if it's a custom field that you just created, like this ones, I will have the ability to delete or move them into a different folder. Hopefully next time they can also make the change, just like in pipelines, to easily organize the stuff inside of custom fields. But let me go back here. So how do we now set up an automation in order for us to have the lead appear in here when a form is actually submitted? So how do we do that? I think earlier we did mention that most of the attendees here are new to this, right? Like new. So let me just open up a little presentation. Oh, that's so cute. Automation. Trick. Like, let me just open this up. So just to introduce what is an automation for somebody that's new. Where is it? No, not this one. Where is my little presentation? Actually,
Sorry about that.
thinking.
My dog decided to act up.
Right. Guys, for
What are you look-
those. Oh, sorry, Mario. Go ahead.
What are you looking for? You're not sharing your screen.
No, I'm trying to pull my actual presentation for triggers. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, take your time. And so we just had Dar Holdsworth join as a panelist as well. Dar is the former, he actually exited from a SaaS company. So Dar is a living testament to, he's a high level legend, but he is someone who has gone and done the thing where he built an agency and actually sold his agency to a larger organization. So
Hi, Dar. It's nice to meet you.
Hey, great. Thanks for having me here. I think what you're doing is
Yeah.
awesome.
Thank
Mario, thanks for the
you.
invite.
Right. So guys, again, I'm just going back to the basic just to make sure that everybody understand what we're building. So going back earlier, we're now gonna go ahead and build our very first automation. But for someone that's new, I'm sure that this word may be very overwhelming, right? Because if I go inside of high level, you will see, guys, can you see my screen, right? You can see my screen just to make sure.
yep.
Okay, just making sure. So if I go to automation, it's now where we create magic because we want to help this person automate where if a form is submitted, we want to notify his client. So how are we going to do that? We go to automation, create a workflow. And because we are an automation builder, of course, we're going to build it from scratch, right? So let me click on build from scratch. Okay. And now we're going to see something cool, right? You can either type exactly what you're building or you can build it on your own. I haven't really tested much of this beta AI, but I'm always used to building it from manually from scratch. So here you can see big words. For someone who's new, you would see trigger and you will also see action. So what are those things? I'm going to go back to my presentation real quick. Again, trigger is the signal that makes things happen automatically inside of high level. To make it super simple, and then actions is the job or task that gets done when trigger happens. So again, visually, here's how I wanna present it. Who here has a smart bulb in their home? Ganun ba? Smart bulb.
Yep, I got a smart bulb.
Okay, so when we talk about trigger, when you have a smart bulb at home, basically it will turn on based on what trigger you have initiated. So for example, for you, Mario, how does your smart bulb turn on?
So I say the name of my assistant, which I'm not going to say because it'll turn on and it never stops talking. I say the name of my assistant, turn the lights on.
Right, thank you. So that's what's trigger. So guys, what turns the light on is basically the trigger. So for example, for me, if I clap my hands twice, then it will turn the lights on, right? Although I don't have a smart bulb here, but a trigger is basically that action that will proceed or that will actually start an automation to happen. And we're basically trying to have the lights turned on. So the action is light basically turning on. So in this very good example, basically the trigger is you walking into the room. You tell the system, hey, I just walk into the room, now open the light. So the action is what basically happens next. All right. So the rule is when my lead did this, meaning when my customer did this inside of the system, then what happens next? So if we go back here inside of our automation, what do you think is going to be our trigger based in our process map? Anybody? Oh, ang gagaling nyo na, right? You guys are great already. Yes, that's correct. So here, the action that we're looking for is when somebody submitted the form, which is basically in our process map, it says form submission. So here, my trigger is going to be form submitted. So you can type in the keyword. The best way is to type in the keyword for you to find it, right? So form submitted. And here we have additional filters. Guys, additional filters allows you to create additional conditions, because if I click on form submitted, then what this does is it is any form. So meaning to say when a form is submitted, but it is not specific to any form, then it will trigger, meaning whatever you add in actions will happen, right? So if you want to have additional trigger where, oh, I only want this to be specific to just Mario's form, then I'm just going to go ahead and select Mario's form. So here, form submitted, and I'm only specifically talking about Mario's form. I'm going to go ahead and click on save trigger. Now I have a trigger. So meaning I'm starting an automation. So guys, you are now an automation specialist because you have established your very first trigger, right? And so we now have the plus icon, right? If I go back to add new trigger, please notice that in high level, you have hundreds. I'm not sure how many triggers are available in high level specifically, but I think you have tons of triggers to choose from, including when survey is submitted, when customer replied, when an email is opened, when Facebook lead is submitted, when TikTok form is submitted, when LinkedIn form is submitted, when it's a birthday, when contact has changed, when contact is created. You have tons of different triggers you can set up, meaning these are how many actions you can choose from to be able to automate your business. Okay. Now, if you click on the plus icon to choose what are the things that I can automate, so meaning to say when somebody submitted the form, what will I do, or what will I want the system to do automatically? So when form is submitted, do you want to create a contact? Do you want to find a contact? Do you want to add a contact tag? Do you want to do this and that? So you can choose hundreds of different actions, or you have hundreds of actions to choose from. Okay, but what are we looking for? Basically, earlier Mario just mentioned that if somebody sent, like when somebody fill out a form, I want to have an internal notification. So I guess I'm gonna type in the word notification. I hate this. They have to remove all
Yeah,
of
the
it.
premium actions, it's so
Yeah.
annoying.
It's annoying. I think it's very recent. But anyway, I have the send internal notification. Guys, please do not mind all these uninstalled applications. These are all premium actions. It was recent where for some reason that comes first before the most important one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
right there. It's right there. Just click on that one.
yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. Let me notification.
Weird, it won't let you click on it.
Right, there you go. So
there
now
you go.
I'm gonna have, or I have an option. Internal notification means, Mario says earlier, I want to be able to have the system notify me when somebody fill out a form. So do we want to do that via email? Do we want to do that through a notification? Notification is for the actual application itself, SMS or WhatsApp. So let's just say he wants to set it up through email. So you guys can basically set this up, and here you can customize how you want to notify Mario. Like, hey, Mario, you got a new lead, you got a new customer, and here are the customer details, right? So you can have name. And guys, notice that we have this label that allows you to pick like from a smart contact list. Like, hey, I want you to tell me what's the name of the customer, and it will auto-populate the name based on the form submissions by using that smart fields, right? You're gonna have like phone number, for example, and then you're gonna have phone number here, and then email. We're gonna have email over here, right? So now this is done. You have to establish, of course, new customer. Yeah, and then you can set up your from name, from email, and select save action. Oh, by the way, I have to select who I'm trying to notify. So you can either put a custom email, who you're sending this to, or you can assign this to a specific lead, right? Meaning to a particular user. What's your email, Mario? Like, let's just do Mario dot
Yeah. So just do mario.aldus@hlprotools.com.
hlprotools.com, right?
And you spelled my last name right. Good job.
Yeah, of course. I'm only spelling first last name wrong all the time. Anyway, so I have the internal notification. What else are we trying to add? Based on what I remember, I also want to notify my client that, hey, I received the form. So we can send an email saying, hey, client, I received the form. Hey, client, I received the form, right? Guys, I'm making this super simple because I just want you to see how this is being done. Confirmation, right? Now save action. So we now have two automated things happening here. One is internal notification and then email. Earlier, I think what Mario mentioned is I also want to categorize the email based on the form that they submit, whether that's residential or commercial. So how do we do it? So guys, this is the fun part because high level also allows you to create logic inside of workflows. So now we have what we call the if and else condition. And this helps you branch out your options because again, how do I ask the system to separate both commercial and residential? So now we create an if and else condition, right? So here I am creating branches that if the person selected residential, then I want to do a branch for residential to be able to tag them, right? So here I can select in the custom field, guys, you have to find that questionnaire. So type, I think, is the question. So what property you're interested in? You can select is residential. And then I can add another branch and say this one is commercial. And I can find that in the custom fields. Look for that field again. And basically, if somebody mentioned commercial, then I can do this, right? So now it makes it a little more complicated. Let me save this, guys, because it doesn't auto-save. I don't want to lose what I've worked on. So one of the biggest tip, save all the time. All right, so now guys, if you would look at my workflow, I now have two different options, which is if somebody answered residential or if somebody answered commercial, then this is what I want to happen. And what I want to happen is to label them. So to label them, I can look for actions called add contact tag. So meaning here, I can add residential. And then the other one, I can save actions. So tagging helps you organize your leads inside of the platform, right? And I'm going to show you later on so you can appreciate it. And then here, I'm going to tag it as commercial. Commercial. Hope I'm spelling that right. Commercial. Okay. Okay. What else are we missing?
Break
So
those
cool.
is.
Ah, we're missing break. Okay. Sorry guys. I'm building stuff, so that's why I'm like into this. So anyway, if I go back to the process map, give me just 5 minutes and then we're gonna go on break. But here we have form submission, we have notify the lead, we have not the lead but the agent, we have the email confirmation, and then we also have added the contact tag to categorize them. What do you think am I missing? I mean, our goal is not just to notify, but to also make sure that if I go to opportunities, when somebody fill out a form, because I'm trying to organize and make it easier for my client to work on his CRM, of course, I also want them to appear under here. So what do you think am I looking for? All right, I think I saw here answers. Okay, there you go. I'm missing the create opportunity. Guys, I probably will do this at the beginning. So how this action or flow works is that it follows chronologically. So meaning whichever is first here is going to be the first action that will happen. So I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that first. Okay, so I'm going to do the keyword should be opportunity. So meaning I want that to appear in my opportunity. So you will have a functionality called create opportunity we no longer use create update opportunity, guys. So you have to go ahead and use create opportunity. And later on, I think we're going to have a different discussion about find opportunity, but to make it simple, I'll just do create opportunity first, okay? So create opportunity, I get to choose which pipeline. So guys, this is why naming convention is very important, because if you name it differently, it would be too hard to find, right? And then I can add fields to make sure that I can choose which stage. So guys, these are the stages we created earlier. So if you remember new lead contacted appointment, if I go back here, you have new lead contacted appointment scheduled. So these are the pipeline stages. So I'm going to have to choose new lead. And I also get to add more fields, but don't forget to add the opportunity name, because if you don't have it, then it probably won't create the opportunity. So here, I'm going to have the pipeline stage, the opportunity name, and you can add more like opportunity status, and you can select whether that's an open opportunity still, meaning open, you're still working on it. And you can even determine what opportunity source, like where they came from. Right, for now, let's make it simple. So pipeline, new lead, and save. Right, so now let me click on save. And by the way, guys, let's not forget to name our workflow, right? Never forget to name our workflow. So what do I want to call this? To make it super simple, because I want to build this super simple, I'm going to call this my new lead workflow. New lead stage, or let's just say new lead workflow. Why is it new lead? Because this is literally for this first stage. Okay. All right, so before we go on break, let's just check if this works out. Okay. Guys, please post your questions inside of the Q&A. Right, so let me just make sure that's actually live. Okay, there you go. I have two. Which one did I? Okay, let me delete this, guys, because this is my old one. So to make sure that this is actually working, make sure that your workflow is turned on. So make sure that it says publish, okay? Because if it's not, most likely that's not gonna work, okay? So let's go open that link. So I'm gonna find my form because we want to test if this is working. Yeah, now you know why this thing is expensive. I get it. Okay, so Mario's form. Ay, nasa funnel pala ako. Form. I'm gonna go back to form. So guys, remember, we want to test our first workflow and see if it's working. Me open this form, and so to share, you can click on integrate and grab the link or open the form link. Okay, let me go back here. So organized, yep. Okay, we're not even done yet, guys. We're just on our first workflow. But you'll realize that it would be super easy to create the second, third, and fourth. But let's just do this. Ano na? Okay, I'm gonna have to reopen it. So this is the annoying part. It's so slow.
Yeah, I know this is one of those things that I wish it would live refresh.
Exactly.
Because the summit is nearing, that's why.
Yeah, I think I have a feeling that they're going to release something like live refresh here soon.
Yes, please. Like we've been waiting. We're all been waiting. Right. All right, guys. I'm just reopening my form. All right. So let's fill this out and let's use Fur. And see if I can spell his name right. And let me use CC Toolkit at so I'm using my email as a sample so I can check if I will get it. But
So congratulations, you spelled my name right.
yeah, thank you so much, right? Finally, I spelled your name right. So I'm gonna have residential and then fill it out. So again, this is gonna be the customer experience, guys. Like this is like client facing. This is what happens basically after they fill out a form, right? Now I filled out a form, so now let's go back so we can take our break. So I want to see if it worked. And it's very slow. All right, so let's see if you guys are gonna get paid. Come on. I'll probably close a lot of stuff later on. Guys, bigyan niyo ako ng heart if it is here. Did it show up? Did we do this? All right, so I hope that everybody's getting what automation is. So there you go, guys. It's already there. And if I go to my email, let's see. I'm sure that Mario will be getting an email shortly too. But you did?
Yep,
Right.
I got it.
Okay, so there you go, guys. It worked. And more than that, remember, Mario also wants to know, like, if for Patel is a residential, lead or commercial. So if we scroll down, now you'd see that it's residential, right? So later on, we'll explore inside of the automation how that basically entered the entire workflow. Okay, so for now, we'll take our first, like how many minutes break they?
Let's do 10 minutes.
I
Yeah,
don't
10
know.
minutes. 10 minutes, guys. So I'm gonna do my time here. 10 minutes timer. Right, so guys, grab coffee para magkaroon ng additional brain cells, okay? Brain cells, additional brain cells. So time now is 21. What's time? What's the time?
9:28 right
9:28.
now.
So let's all be back at 9. Let's do
40.
9:40.
Yeah.
9:40.
9:40.
Let's go. Ginkgo biloba. All right.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
yeah, for anyone who's asking for the Mermaid ChatGPT workflow thing, we're gonna be sharing it via email as well. So any resources that you're seeing in today, we'll be sending it out via email.
Breakdown muna kayo, guys, while I'm talking to Fur. Just kidding. Thank you, guys. Just take your break first.
Meron ba tayong sound, sis?
Wala, we don't have a sound. I think it's gonna be copyrighted again if we have.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. We need
I
to have
think-
our own,
I think
we
we
need to have
can.
our own theme song.
Dapat nga. Okay, sige. Alright, let's take a break.
Timer na lang, sis, we have.
Ikaw nga sis mag-share, mag-refresh ako.
Alright.
Can you share your screen ng timer? Online timer, yung Google.
Yeah, we'll see. Wait. Like in 10 minutes, right? All right, sorry guys. I also don't have any music.
Sige guys, let me share some non-copyrighted music para hindi boring. Sorry we really didn't prepare a lot for this, so wala kaming music, but give me just a minute. How about now? No gates to open to a new tomorrow. Alrighty, 20 seconds left. Grabe, de. It's been 2 hours na pala. I didn't even realize it. Grabe. I tried to play a song, but I think I failed. So I think next time, guys, we know what to do. I'm really sorry about the background music not being played. There you go.
Yeah, next time we'll have a background music.
Next time we'll have a background music. Yeah, I think everybody's back. Let's see. All right, guys, it's been over 2 hours, but still we have over 1,100 people. Actually, earlier it's 1,200 people still on this call. 1,200 strong stayed on this call for the past 2 hours. 2 more hours, guys, and we're almost close to, getting or becoming the next automation specialist. Talaga. I'm really excited for you guys. I hope that you guys are learning a lot so far. And since you just came back from break, let's see, how's everybody doing? Like, how's your break? What have you been enjoying? Are you guys learning anything so far? Tell me in the comments how you
Yes.
feel about this. Is the
Is the brain cell still braining?
yeah, is the brain cell still braining? Or is your 997 worth it so far? So guys, again, I just want to thank everybody for being here. I can't say enough how much thankful we are for all the support, because everything that we're doing here will definitely be donated to Northern Cebu. So maraming salamat to everybody that really contributed, especially those who are on this call with us right now. Mario, Dar, Vicente, Danny, Cara, Fer, Jenna. You guys are amazing. To those, or Michael, earlier he was here. Thank you guys so much for really helping us make this happen. So you're learning and we're able to help, guys. So it's hitting two birds in one stone, no? So I hope you guys are learning a lot so far. Learning at the same time having headaches. Yeah, I
For
get that.
sure.
I never click so fast. I love it so much. Okay, there you go.
All right. So let's I just wanted to address some of the repeated questions that we had on the Q&A earlier in relation to the option that you can sell or host multiple websites in high level. The quick answer to that is yes, but there are parameters that you can use one sub account to host multiple websites. Okay, so in high level, you can have, or you can connect multiple domains. So that's unlimited domains. You can create unlimited websites. You can create unlimited funnels. Okay, but the question of if you can host multiple clients or you can sell websites within just one sub account, the answer is yes, provided that your clients will not ask for a login to the sub account. That's one. Second, if you're not gonna use email services, because if let's say that you need your clients need email services, to go with the form submission like CC had discussed earlier, then you'll need a separate sub account, because you can only use one domain per sub account to use email services. So for example, your email services, your email domain, dedicated domain is hlaccelerator.com. But then you'll create a website for DAR, but then you need to provide a thank you email to those who fill out the form for DAR's clients. You cannot do that because it will be different brand na. So with that in mind, you'll need to have a separate sub-account for DAR. You'll need a separate sub-account for DAR. You'll need to have a separate sub-account for HL Accelerator. But if let's say na it's just going to be a pass-through, so when I say pass-through, the contacts will be filling out the websites. Let's say that you have created 3 websites, so that's 3 different clients, and you're just going to be a pass-through, meaning when they fill out the form, you're gonna push the information to a specific client, and then they will contact it maybe via their Google or G Suite or Live or Microsoft Outlook, maybe, then possible siya. All right, you'll just segment it to tagging so that if in case that they will ask you to export those clients that came into that form, then that will be easily done. So I hope everything is clear in relation to the unlimited domains, websites, etc. You can buy domain in high level, but I actually personally don't recommend it for now. Just, get it somewhere else, GoDaddy, Namecheap, etc. And then just connect it to high level. That's it.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Dave, for that clarification. And guys, again, for those who's asking, we will be providing the recordings. You will have 30 days access to the recording, so don't worry if you are losing your internet connection from time to time. All the resources that we've ever shared here will also be shared with you guys, okay? Vicente, you've been on the call for a few minutes. How are you finding this so far? I mean, if you have any tips for anyone who's gonna become the next automation builder, like so far with what you're seeing, do you think they can become one based on what we're discussing? Just want to get your thoughts.
Oh yes, this is amazing training.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is amazing training. You have great resources as well. So they're getting a lot out of this. They're kind of jumping ahead. Because starting from scratch is really hard, but having this kind of stuff like the flow and everything you're giving them makes everything so much easier to build. One thing is starting from scratch. Another thing is having something to go with or to go by, right? I know some of the questions that people are asking, they have HubSpot, they have other softwares that they're using, and they were asking if you can clone everything over, right? There's no one-click imports for most of those things, but having the framework already, you can just transfer it over to high level, and there's so many more tools in high level that you can use, to get this going. So it's amazing training so far.
Yeah, thank you so much, Vicente. I think we also have Dar. Dar, how are you finding everything? I mean, if you're a beginner, if there's anything you wish as a beginner, what is it?
Gosh, if I would wish anything as a beginner, I started with high level almost 6 years ago, just right after they started. I just kind of fell into it, and I was not tech savvy at all. In fact, my friend Matt DeCino said I was a tech caveman. And so it took me a while to learn things. But I would tell anyone here now, whatever your ability is to learn, whether you're a tech savant or whether you're a tech caveman like I was, the main thing is sticking with it, right? So I stuck with it. And even though things might have been harder for me than for some other people in the way my brain learns, I just continued to do things through repetition. I would learn, I would make mistakes, learn from those, and keep going. And 6 years ago, we didn't have amazing people like you. I mean, we had amazing people, but we didn't know what we know now about high level. High level wasn't as mature as a platform as it is now. So there weren't as many resources and tools and experts helping other people. So I would say that the people who are on this call now learning from you and people who have gone ahead, like that's the main thing I wish I had, just really wasn't available. But now that it is available, people need to seize this and because learn from people who are farther ahead. It means that they'll be able to go faster than I went,
Yeah, true.
and achieve their success, what they want to do faster.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dar. I'm not sure if you're seeing the messages in chats right now, but they're telling us you have a bedroom voice. Like
I
you have
what?
a really nice voice. I mean, everybody was like, "What a voice!" I mean, I'm not
Bedroom
even
voice?
sure.
Well, let me just go downstairs and remind my wife, hey, there are people out in the world.
Yeah, you're like a DJ or something. Are you a singer? I don't know.
No, you know what? Let's see if we can get that. I am not a singer. No.
What is your microphone? I mean, it sounds so good. I mean, so clean.
It's the Shure. I don't know the number of it. It's like the middle one. Shure has the real expensive one. I opted
Yeah.
for the cheaper one. I think it's $200 or $300 US.
Yeah, guys, that's just a commercial, but Dar, everybody
Yeah.
was saying you have a really nice voice. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah, they thought
I mean, I guess I'll take that. I would like, oh, he's really nice looking, but I guess the voice is fine. We'll be like just turn the camera off.
Right.
Um,
But I agree
yeah.
with you, Dar. I mean, if I started a long time ago and there were enough resources to learn high level, it's going to be game changing. So you guys are very, very blessed to have this kind of, I would say, workshop so that you don't have to go to YouTube and find everything yourselves to know how to, to begin or to even start your own CRM. So anyway, guys, let's get back to training because we only have 2 more hours to, to continue or to finish this entire automation that we're building. So for those who just came in or still lost, so again, guys, we are basically building it based on this process map that we have, we have created when we were doing a live call with Mario earlier. So I'm just doing a little summary here. So this is the entire flow. We asked Mario what he wants to set up, and then we created a diagram based on what he told us, and we're done with our very first workflow, which is now the new lead stage. So going back, the next thing that we're going to be setting up is the contacted section, meaning we're going to have to set up a workflow where when people are contacted or when we move, I guess the goal here is that when I move over to contacted, it's pretty much going to add that person into a manual calling. So high level allows you to also add, automations where it reminds everybody that, hey, you're going to have people to call. So what I'm going to do here is a very, very simple automation where if it's move into that stage, that it will add them into a manual call. So guys, let me go back to automation here. One of the things or tips that I would like to share, or we would like to really share, is making sure that your workflow is organized. Mine is currently not because this is a demo account, but when you create your very first workflow, please make sure to organize it because in the automation section, you can create a folder and you can name it however you want, right? So since we're creating a pipeline workflow or opportunity workflow, I will call this as an opportunity workflow, meaning to say we're creating an automation that's related to how the things are moving inside of the opportunities, right? So I want to call it my opportunity workflow. So that folder is now created. So let me find that workflow that I just created earlier. So this is now the new lead workflow. So let me just move it over to that folder so we're organized. And how I would want to do things, like I said, we love organization. So normally what I would do is, so now that it's inside of the folder, I will add a number on it so that it tells me that, okay, this is my stage number 1, new lead workflow. So now the next thing that I'm going to do is to create another workflow. And this time around, we're going to create it from scratch again. But this one is super simple because the only goal of this is to add the person. So when we move the lead over to, let me go back here. My goal for this automation is that when I grab Fur over to contacted, that it will basically add the person to a manual call, meaning it will remind me that I have to call Fur. So how do we do that? So here, I'm going to add a trigger. So guys, the movement of the opportunity in here is going to be called opportunity change. So super, super easy to remember, right? Because when you make some changes in the opportunity, meaning changes is moving them, what kind of automation do you want to set up, right? So inside of the automation, I have when an opportunity is change, right? So meaning to say, or I want to call it the opportunity change, and it moves it to, so meaning I have to select which pipeline. So again, you have to create a condition. When it's moved to a certain stage, which this time we're calling it my contacted stage, what do I want to do? So now let me name this first. And this is now my contacted workflow, right? So this is my second workflow, right? I'm going to save this. And what do I want to do? Again, what I want to happen is be able to add them into a manual call based on this. It says make sure that it's added to a manual call action. So here I'm going to have to say manual action to call. So meaning what the system is doing is that when I move the lead over to contacted, it's going to add the person into the manual call system, meaning it's the power dialer system of high level. So yes, guys, high level has a power dialer that allows you to call people at a time. So Is there anything else that I want to do there? So I don't think there is. It's just manual call, because during that call, I would like to know whether the lead is qualified or not. And basically, in terms of qualification, it will happen manually based on that call conversation. So you don't have to create any automation on that, right? But I can also, if you want, you can also add a task if you want to, but that's not part of our workflow. So let's not do that. By the way, guys, if I go to settings, I will have additional settings here that also allows you to make a decision whether you want the lead to enter, your workflow once or twice. This is very, very critical, especially if you are setting workflows where you only want them to enter once because you don't want them to receive, let's say, the same email, right? So, these are some of the settings you can choose from. Stop on response is when they responded into an email. If you want that person to be removed from the workflow, you can enable this option. You can also enable time zones. Time specific window allows you to, make this workflow only work at a certain period of time. So meaning to say, if you only want this to work between 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., you can do that. Honestly, guys, we don't really use this for general workflows like pipeline movement, because we always want that to work all the time. This is applicable if you're running like cold outreach workflow or campaign. So we don't normally turn that on. But anyway, let me save it and let me go back to the builder. So let's see if that's gonna work, right? So meaning to say, let's publish this and let's make sure that that automation is working. So again, the goal of that is just to make sure that when a lead is moved over to that pipeline, meaning or pipeline stage, which I'm gonna do now, I want that person to be added into my manual call logs, right? Or manual call system. So for his move, so guys, this is what will make you a really good automation builder, because inside of high level, so if we go back to automation, right? We go back to automation, and hopefully it loads a little, open this up, you guys would notice that when somebody entered the workflow, for you to know whether your workflow or automation work, you'd see that, okay, somebody is in there and it's currently active. In fact, if I go back inside of that workflow or that automation, okay, we have two tabs, which is going to be super, super important for you to troubleshoot any issues that you're going to have with your workflows. Like, how would I know why it didn't work out? What happened? Did it execute? Where did it go? You can always see that inside of the enrollment history and execution log. So let me show you the difference between the two. Enrollment history will show you everybody that entered the workflow. And more than the fact that it will allow you to see who entered the workflow, you can also see this little path icon that if you select this execution path, it will let you go back to the builder and it will tell you where exactly it went, right? So if you have like multiple sections here or multiple actions, you would see where it went, whether it went to the residential, whether it went to the the commercial one. You would know exactly where that lead entered the flow, right? So that's what you can see inside of the enrollment history, while the execution log allows you to see, okay, what is the current status of that specific action? So meaning, okay, my goal is to add them into a manual call and as well as to add them into a workflow. Here's where you can see the details, whether that went or that happened. You can see whether that is successful and the name of the trigger, what happened to that, when is it's executed. Every single thing, even the errors that you will get, you will actually see it in here. Okay, so now let me go back here and see, guys, notice that when I move Fur over to contacted, I want to see if he's added into a manual call campaign. So to see, manual call campaign is inside of the conversation and it's inside of the manual actions. And he's here. So basically when I start, let's start, it's going to power, or it's going to turn on power dialing that allows everybody that's in here to be called by whoever it's assigned to, right? So, oh, actually, we forgot who it's assigned to. So guys, notice that I don't have assigned to. So you can also assign. So here, one of the things you can do is to assign this customer to whoever you want this to be assigned as a user. Right? So yes, you can make phone calls inside of high level. Right? So what was the automation here? Basically, the automation is just for me as the user to move the lead from a new customer. So meaning, hey, I have a new customer. Now let me move that over to contacted so that, okay, let's make sure that everybody's calling this lead. Right? But again, depending on how you want this to be set up, if you want that automated, if you don't want that automated, then you get to choose that, right? Actually, what you can also do is that if it's a new lead, let's say you just want that to happen automatically. You don't want to move the leads, right? You can also do that by, if I go back to new lead, and I hope that it okay. If we go back to the new lead, I can also push. So everybody that actually workflow. Add to workflow. I can also choose to add this to a workflow. And then I'm going to call this contacted. Right? So what this does is that after it finishes this entire actions, what I can do is I can move them automatically to contacted. So after it's a new lead, I want them to be moved over to that workflow automatically, so I don't have to move it manually. Then you can, right? And then this one, I have another option that says go to, because it's the same action. I can just select go to, and then I can route this over to add to workflow. So meaning by the end of this entire thing, it's going to automatically add them into a workflow, meaning from new lead, it will automatically add this to contacted. And in fact, if you want that to happen, so maybe you don't want to happen right away, you want them to happen the next day, because it's a new lead, you only want them to be added into manual call 24 hours after you didn't contact them. So you can do that by adding a wait action and say, let's do that 1 day later, meaning to say, let's wait 1 more day before you add them into the manual call. And by the way, you guys have features like copy. I can copy all actions, meaning everything that's under that, or I can copy just one specific action and move it to wherever I want. So here I can just move them to this. So what this is doing is that, okay, it's a new lead. We created an opportunity. We notify them after 24 hours or after a day. Please move them over to contacted so we can add them to the manual call. So that's also one way to go about it, right? I think I want this set up because I don't want to be moving leads over from one section to another. So I'm just going to do that. But I think I'm missing one more automation here. So if I go back, because I want FER to move, what are we missing, guys? Let me go back to the second one. Okay, what am I missing under the contacted workflow? So if I want FER to also be added in the manual call campaign, what action will I add to make sure that other than that, it will also move them to the contacted pipeline? Like other than moving them, or rather than moving them manually, what am I missing? There you go. Yeah, update opportunity. So guys, remember, after they filled out a form, we wait a day. And after a day, we want them to enter this workflow so that the system automatically assigns them to a user. It adds them into our manual campaign. But more than that, we also want them to automatically move from new lead to contacted. So how are we going to do that? We can go with update opportunity. So guys, this is now where another magic is going to happen, because before we can update an opportunity, what do you think we should do first? So like in an Excel perspective, like if you have Excel database, right? You have to be able to do what first? There you go. I think I'm seeing it in chat. You have to be able to find an opportunity. So find opportunity allows you to pretty much check if that person already exists in your pipeline before you decide on what to do, whether to create or whether to update. So here we have what we call find opportunity action. And the find opportunity, like I said earlier, allows you now to have two branches, whether, okay, so if I find an opportunity, what do you want me to do? If I did not find anything, what do you want me to do? Right? So in our case, what we want to do is I want to be able to, if you find anything, and by the way, guys, let me go back to find opportunity. You can also create conditions to specifically just look into a specific pipeline only. So let's just say you're working on pipeline stage is sales pipeline. So I'm going to go ahead and click on sales pipeline only. It's not like all pipeline. It's not all the pipeline that I have in the system. It's just specific to sales pipeline, right? So if opportunity is found, what do I want to do? It's to just update because that already exists in the system. So here, I'm going to click on update and I'm going to fill the fields to make sure that it's in the correct, but update field, sorry, update opportunity pala, not field. If iba yung update, so let me find, it's update opportunity. Guys, we're talking about this opportunity section, right? So here I would like to update the opportunity so that they are moved to sales pipeline. And what stage again am I moving them? Is it new lead? Not interested? Which one am I moving them? It's contacted. Thank you. Right? And you can also make sure that opportunity name is always included, right? Or you can just, for update, it's okay to leave it blank. But for create, it should always have the opportunity name. So what will I do in this other branch? Should I update or create? If no opportunity is found, what will I do? So in here, we now create. Okay, because nothing is in your system. So let me go ahead and create an opportunity for you. So the same thing, we're going to select which pipeline, which sales pipeline, and it's going to be under contacted stage. And I will have the opportunity name. So you can enter it using smart contact fields. You guys can name it however you want. I'm just choosing contact name. All right, will the journey be the same for this lead? Yes or no? Please put in yes or no. Will the journey be the same? Meaning, will I assign the same user? Will I add them to a manual call? Will the journey be the same? Yes. So what will I do? Or what action can I choose? It's go to, right? Because it's the same thing. You have two ways to do that. You can select go to action. So it routes it to the same journey. Or if you want, you can also copy this entire thing and then put them in here, right? So you can do that as well. Copy and then paste it over here. So whichever works for you, you can do that. So are we good? Ayan. All right. So we now have the contacted workflow. Perfect. So we're done with 2 workflows, guys. Ang galing. Perfect. Okay. I am not able to test, or well, actually we can test. Let me push that. Okay. So let's fill out the form again. Let me use Archie Sakai's information. Kasi siya yung nakita ko. Anyway, Archie Sakai. And then let's do CC Toolkit plus. Guys, I'm just entering whatever here just for test. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Let's see if if this is gonna work. Coach my brain cells. Okay, GG na. Okay, let's see. Medyo mabagal lang, guys. Yung aking computer. No, I think it's the high level. That's really slow. Yeah, please watch the replay as many times as you can. Right, wala pa si Sakay. Let's refresh. My brain cells are branching. I like that. My brain cells are branching, guys. Okay. Come on. Come on, ganun. Okay, so guys, look, I already filled out the form, but for some reason, I did not enter the workflow. Why do you think so? So, where can we go para malaman what happened here? Same email? Okay, let's see what happened. Okay, I think I'm seeing a lot of answers here. Let's see if whoever gets it. So it looks like I entered the workflow. Let's just check. Did I enter the workflow? Let's just check, guys. Baka naman delay lang. Did I enter the workflow? Yes, it did. If you want to see where it's now, you can click on see execution path. Okay, so I entered what property type. Okay, so it's currently here. Create opportunity. So let's see the exact execution log. Why it did not add into the opportunity. Let's see. Actually, it did. See that, guys? Create opportunity. So I'm assuming delay lang. Oh, there you go. Lumabas naman siya. So, chill lang daw. Chill, chill. Alright. So, it did appeared on my pipeline. So, meaning that automation is working. So, how do we test if Archie is also going to move to the contacted section after a day? So, technically, guys, we have a wait time. Again, if we go back to the new lead builder, there's a 1 day wait time. So, of course, we cannot wait for a day. So, to push it, we can just go back to enrollment history. And we have that little guy where there's I wanna call it arrow. You can force this to the next step of the workflow. So meaning you can force the action to happen instead of waiting. But you can just test if it will work. So let me push him. Wait. Okay, let me push him. And let's see if that's gonna work. Okay. Guys, alam mo, I want to transfer to my laptop. Why is it so slow? So slow. May mga time na I don't like to work. Joke lang. Okay, so did it work? Perfect. All right. So I think our second workflow is now working. And if to double check as well, again, we can go back to automation and we can see that okay, we can see that that opportunity is there. Okay. So it's working. So what's our next step? Guys, very simple. I think in here, the user will just have the ability to just move the lead over to not interested. The only automated way I can think of moving this automatically to not interested is if they have an AI agent to qualify the lead. But if there's none, let's say they're manually calling, the only thing I can do to move them over to not interested is to just move them manually to not interested. The only thing you can automate there is the action you want to happen when you move them over to not interested. So for example, if you want to create, so this is where the nurture stage is now going to come in, because you can create an automation where if they're moved to not interested, do you want to send them emails later on? So if we go back here, so if we go to not interested path, okay, it says here I can, I think it's not in here, but I can create, now I can create another one. But guys, this is what I am doing, which is super cool for me. I mean, that makes my life so much easier because I know that the path is always going to be the same. At the very least, find opportunity, create opportunity. All I do, all the time is just duplicate the workflow. So what I'm doing is I'm just changing this to another workflow, which is now I'm gonna call it not interested. And the reason being it's because I don't want to do the find opportunity, create opportunity again. So I'm just gonna update this based on what I want to happen under the not interested workflow. Just to make my lives easier. But it's still up to you if you want to just create it from scratch, right? So here I am now building my third workflow, which is the not interested workflow. And okay, here, all I need to do is when an opportunities change, and all I need to do is just change this to not interested, because it's a not interested stage. And then the find opportunity, all I need to do is update this into the correct pipeline, which is correct. And then this one, I just have to change to not interested. So again, it's the same thing, right? And then this create opportunity is going to be the same thing, which is not interested, right? Now all you need to change, guys, are the actions below the find opportunity, because again, they're the same thing, right? So what will I do is I will delete all actions here. All right, I'll just change okay, let me just remove this. Okay, so now because it's a not interested stage, this is where the nurture campaign is gonna come in, because here in high level you can set up your wait action to follow up on a certain time period. So meaning to say, after 30 days, what do you want to happen? Because you're building a not interested campaign, meaning maybe you want to follow up with them after a month and say, hey, I understand you were not interested last month. Are you interested now? Kind of situation. So you guys can actually do or build that entire email campaign here, or you can even send voice messages, you can do text messages. So let's just say I can select from template. Again, guys, you can build your email templates inside of the marketing campaign. So something like this. So I can add as many as I want. So for example, wait, send email. And then I can add another wait step here and then send another email maybe after 60 days, right? So what this is doing is that the system is the one following up on your leads without you doing a single thing except moving them over to the not interested stage, right? So you have this, right? You can follow up again after maybe 60 days. Okay, so you can build this entire follow-up sequence based on how you want the client to do this, right? And guys, just a tip, please make sure to name this properly. So let's say action name is wait 30 days. So it's a lot easier for you to know, how long this wait time is for, right? So when you go back and try to troubleshoot, you know exactly what this is for, like email, template, 30 days later kind of situation. So like it's easier for you to manage your workflow for troubleshooting purposes. Okay. So I'm not gonna not gonna build an entire follow-up sequence. I think you guys know exactly what I'm talking about here. But since this is the same path, unless you wanna build a separate path for follow-up, I can just again do the go-to and it follows the same exact thing. Right? So now you have an entire not interested workflow and you're able to build them a follow-up sequence. Right? So what's next? Okay, we're almost done, guys. Property shown. I think this is the exciting part. We don't have a calendar yet. So remember, Mario earlier mentioned that, okay, if this is, I would say a good lead, or say someone that I would like to move forward with, I want to be able to give them an opportunity to book a call with me. So you guys can build a calendar inside of High Level. And then from here, go to calendar, and then you can create your own personal calendar so people can book a call with you. I currently have calendars available in the system. So what is it that we can set up as an automation when somebody book an appointment so that it shows up in the pipeline? So I'm just gonna, guys, I'm not gonna build a calendar. Let me show you something I did for you guys. Kasi I know that this is just for hours, but this is something that I prepared for everybody that joined this webinar today, because I know that you are not able to absorb everything that I'm talking about. I created a 30-day do or die, because again, you either die 30 days later because you didn't take action, right? Or you can follow this path and learn how exactly things work. And if you did, I'm sure that you're able to follow whatever I am doing now, because this is like literally fast paced, right? So example, learn process mapping. we have a resource where you can rewatch that entire thing. I added some Go High Level articles to make sure that you know exactly how these works. Okay. And what you guys can do is you can mark it as done and you can see your progress. If you delete it, you will see that it's incomplete, right? It's gonna update to incomplete. And what I want everybody to do later on, I was about to show you this later on, pero I think people are like, I can see their faces and they're like, paano ko to aaralin, right? So I prepared this thing, and to make sure that I can make sure that you've done this, I am encouraging you guys to post your accountability post to say, okay, this is what I learned in my first day, day 1 of 30 of learning high level. And again, this is up to 30 days until you land your first premium client. Okay, we're gonna discuss this later on. And I also added all the resources because everybody's like asking resources, where can I see that? I'm putting it in the same exact document. So please
Yeah.
wait lang po.
Yes, I
Yeah.
would like to add something, sis. So we are giving you these resources, guys, for you to use it, not make it as a shelfware. Okay? So you practicing these steps that you have here on your screen will also give you the overview of the system, and it will also serve as your portfolio. That's one of the good outcomes that following whatever that you have here on your screen. So request lang namin, guys, we are here to give you information, but it is you that's going to implement it. Okay? Hindi rin kami ang gagawa para sa inyo.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so I'll discuss this more in a bit. So, yung mga excuses na I don't even know what to write in my post, coach. Ayan, we already have the post. Okay, you just have to copy and paste to make sure that you have the proof that you have done this. Okay, so anyway, later on we'll share this. Like I said, ginalingan nyo. So, ginalingan ko na rin. Actually, I'm not really feeling well now, but yeah, we'll do whatever we can. Okay. So anyway, let me go back. Again, when you have your own calendar inside of high level, I am so upset kasi this is really slow. Like I cannot even move things. Sis, I will rejoin from my laptop kasi
All right.
it's like super slow. Dali lang. Yeah, let me rejoin from my laptop, guys. Like it's not working. Mario, what do you say about that 30-day plan? Entertain them
Yeah,
first while I try to rejoin from my laptop.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries at all. So what I recommend everyone do is go ahead and go to JC or my link, get signed up. You can have as many trials as you want on different emails. So it's not a big deal if you need to extend for the 60 days and potentially cancel at the end and then redo it. And learn high level. Use that 30 days to go through JC's program. 1 second for high level. Oh, cool. We have another guest speaker coming on. So we recommend that, this is what you do to teach yourself high level. It's the best way. If you're just looking to become a virtual assistant and you're not actually looking to become a SaaS vendor, DM me on Facebook. I'll drop my link tree in the Zoom chat again, or you can scan my QR code. But if you are looking to just become a virtual assistant who supports high-level agencies and businesses, I can actually show you how to get a free account that you don't even have to open a trial for. The only caveat is you can't load, you can't send emails out of it in real life. You can't do text messages and things like that. So I can show you how to get a free account through the marketplace, what's called a sandbox account. But if you are looking to become a SaaS agency or you're looking to scale your own business, also feel free to reach out to myself and JC. This is such an amazing opportunity. I mean, I cannot tell you how much high level has personally changed my life. I used to run a digital marketing agency, like I said earlier, for a little bit over a decade. I was very burned out, very stressed out. We had very high ticket offers and it was a lot of work. I discovered high level and becoming a SaaS agency 7 years ago, and I not only became a part of one of the greatest communities in the world, but I had the opportunity to become financially free and live the life that I wanted to live. So now I work because I want to work, and I get to every day do what I truly enjoy. I met Vicente, who is one of my best friends, and his wife Caitlin through High Level. We actually were competitors at one point, and we decided to not fight and partner up instead. They've invited me to speak several times at their events, and I, really love, Kara Friedlander, head of the GHL Foundry. Has invited me to become a staff member at the Foundry. She's also one of my best friends. Jenna Lettingham, absolutely rock star on YouTube with her High Level training. Another good friend of mine. All of these people. So I guess, the TLDR, because JC's back, is that High Level is not just a software or a business opportunity. It's a family and it's an ecosystem. And that's the culture that Sean Clark, Robin Alex, and Varun Viveri and the founders of High Level have created. So definitely make sure and sign up for that trial. It will change your life. It is, if you put in the work, it's something that will definitely change your life. So I'll kick it back to JC, and then JC, I am going to interrupt you at some point. We have a special guest joining who actually employs a lot of Filipinos, and I want to have him just introduce himself, and then he'll have some speaking time at the end of this presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Mario. Is that Matt? No.
No, it's actually Beyond.
Oh, Beyond's there. By the way, Beyond
So
actually sponsored $1,000 for this entire
Yep.
donation drive. So
Yep.
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mario. So guys, I joined from my laptop because for some reason it's like really slow in my desktop for for High Level. But I can you guys still see my screen? So I'm like in my laptop and then okay, gotcha. All right. So if I go back to opportunity workflow, we're almost done, right? So I mean, we have a couple of more things here. So we have appointments scheduled, and then when property is shown, and then we're closed, right? So we have technically 2 more. So I think I'm gonna do 2 more. Okay, so I can literally just do the same thing. As I said earlier, I am doing this really fast, right? I mean, look at how I'm just literally just duplicating this entire workflow. So this time I'm just gonna call this as appointment book, because this is now my workflow when somebody has booked an appointment, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And the only thing I'm changing here is obviously the trigger, right? So the trigger and then the rest of the actions that I want to happen inside of this workflow. So opportunity change, I'm gonna have to change this to appointment, or actually, this is not gonna be the same trigger. So what is going to be our trigger for when somebody book an appointment? So we have what we call appointment status, and we can have appointment status is actually confirmed. So meaning to say, when an appointment status is pretty much confirmed, we want that to show up automatically in our pipeline earlier. So let me just open it up so everybody are still on the same page. And I can also select specific calendars. So guys, I have multiple calendars here. Maybe I'm just gonna go choose Discover Call JC Tan. So pretty much if you have created a calendar inside of High Level, you can choose if that is used to book an appointment. And then you can set up a specific trigger where if it's booked, then you can update your opportunity again. So let me just go back here. So what do we call that opportunity? Let me just go back to make sure that it's the same thing. So opportunity. So guys, working on multiple tabs is a normal thing for an automation builder. So please make sure that you know how to open different tabs so you can still go back to your original setup. So we have appointments scheduled. So what I'm gonna do is update this, and just the same thing as we did earlier. We're just updating this based on that actual stage. So this is now gonna be called appointment scheduled, and this one is gonna be called appointment scheduled as well. And this time around, we're gonna have to change the actual actions around, or in I would say below these actions. So meaning if we want to notify, meaning notify earlier, internal notification. We want to notify again Mario that, hey, you have a new booking or appointment book. Then we can do that. Like, hey, someone booked a call. And here's the details. So the same thing. Okay, so you can just change the action based on what your client wants, right? So I'm just gonna do that to make it really simple. New appointment book, and I'm gonna do two custom person, and I'm gonna use Mario that Aldayus at hlprotools.com. Right? And then you can also update. Of course, this is an appointment. So you want to set up an email reminder for appointments. So guys, please take note that we have the wait step, but we also have the wait step, and you can change that to a specific time-based situation. So for events, you can select event appointment time. So you can schedule it not to wait, but prior. So meaning if it's an appointment a day before, you can choose before one day, because it's a different situation. Then you have to make sure that you're selecting the correct conditions for it. Okay, so let's say this is one day before an event. I want to send an email reminder, so you can actually set that up, right? So you have.
So JC,
Go ahead.
really quick, I wanted to bring on Beyonce Singh, who is the founder of Extendly for High Level, my former mentor and good friend of mine. We are actually indeed still competitors since I work for HL Pro Tools, but we are still friends. And Beyonce is an amazing person who really helped me through my high level journey and gave me the opportunity to be on a world stage with high level as part of Extendly. So I owe him a debt of gratitude. Not only that, he donated $1,000 to this effort to support the Filipino people. He employs quite a few Filipinos through Extendly. So Beyond, if you just want to introduce yourself really quick, I know I gave you a little bit of an intro, but.
Hi, Beyond. There you go. Go ahead.
Hey guys, it's Brian Early here. I was just getting up and saw Mario's message. So Mario, thanks for inviting me here to jump in. But yeah, as Mario said, my name is Beyond. I'm CEO and founder here at Extendly. We provide white label tech support services, and yeah, a lot of our team is in Philippines as well. Hopefully everybody that's affected by the earthquake has found shelter and help, and the donations are that the JC's team is putting together are helping with the support there. Other than that, thanks for having me here, and I'm happy to help in any manner I can.
All right, so now you got to go answer a bunch of questions in the Zoom chat. Just pull up the Q&A. We've got 89 questions in the box. We are trying to tackle them as quickly as possible, but I know you're a webinar expert, so let me kick it back to JC and we will crush it.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mario. And thank you so much, Beyond. I can finally say thank you personally, virtually, right? Thank you so much for donating so much for this entire, entire effort. So yeah, thank you so much. All right. So guys, we're back. So I'm actually done with this. Pretty much all I need to do is just click on save. So I think you already are seeing how this is, how this is going, right? So we're able to finally set up our entire workflow based on this, based on this mapping. I think the only thing that I have left is close. So normally for close, we basically just, the process is to normally just move it over to close when the lead has closed, right? That's the normal process for that. So just to double check if our automation is working, I'm not sure what's going on with high level. Like it's acting so weird right now. Hold on, let me refresh once again. Like I'm having like a really weird screen. I don't know like why this looks like this. Hold on.
So while we're waiting for CC, can you guys tell me again what are the core features of high level?
May pa-quiz. Okay.
Oh, I can ask Beyond, help me out. What are the core features of high level? If like you don't, if you're selling more than 2 of it, you should not be pricing the high level system below $97.
Yeah, you should definitely not be pricing below $97. CRM is one of the core features. I believe conversations funnels. There's about 5 of them. That Dave, I think David put it in the chat. Those cover the main core features there: automations, website builder, forms, and survey. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think anything that's up here, like from this line, are the main function, right? Like this ones plus the automation, right there. So guys, let me close this one. So like again, my everything is acting up right now, but here, we already have a calendar set up. So let's try to see if it's working. What I want to do is we have created a workflow where if somebody book an appointment, I want to notify Mario and I want to make sure that that lead pulls or appears under the appointment scheduled. So let's just go ahead and test if it's working. Now let's use Beyond. Beyond Poggy. Let's do Beyond Poggy. You know what's Poggy, Beyond? Like I'm teaching you a very good word
I
here.
don't. I don't know what is it.
Handsome. Hi, handsome.
Hi, handsome. Yeah. Like, handsome. That's what it means. So let's do Beyond Handsome. All right. Okay, so we just have to basically wait for a couple of seconds, and then I am sure that this is gonna work out. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if Beyond is gonna show up in our pipeline. There you go. Beyond is already in our pipeline. So I think we're like 90% complete from what we're actually building. So guys, I'm not gonna build the last one, but I hope that you guys are seeing how exactly we're building it as an automation builder, right? So technically our deliverables is just being able to create this entire opportunity pipeline. So let's just say that we have this, you know, all these opportunity stages available inside of your opportunity. So the goal is to make sure that every single stage here have a workflow created for it. And if you have additional workflow you need to build, you can absolutely do that inside of high level. So after this, what will I do? Of course, I'm going to talk to Mario and say, hey, Mario, now your CRM is built. Let's do a demo. And I'm going to go ahead and show you exactly how this is working. So the demo is going to include how exactly I'm testing this out right now, guys, meaning I'm filling out a form. After a form is filled out, I'm just going to show Mario how exactly that's working inside of his system, meaning I am the one in charge to, you know, like to walk him through the entire process inside of his CRM. Mario, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to tell everyone about quickly about a mistake I made for quite a while when I first got into high level. And that mistake was I would demo every feature of high level to a client. And it was like an hour and a half long of me going through excited feature by feature, all these things that you get. And what I learned was that the client's eyes would glaze over after about 30 minutes. And they would completely lose interest and focus because what I was doing is I was overwhelming their brain, and they simply, as business owners, couldn't ingest or comprehend that much information. So the important thing to do when you're demoing, you know, what Cece's talking about, demoing to me, the client, is to demo the core features, which are conversations, contacts, opportunities, and calendars. And that's it. You don't need to show your clients automations. You don't need to show them how to build a website. You literally don't anything below the payments tab. You don't need to show your clients any of that information. That what it should be is that below that line on the marketing to mobile app tabs, those should actually be agency only features that you as the virtual assistant or you as the agency control on behalf of your clients. But make sure, guys, when you're doing this demo, don't make the same mistake I did and demo only the features that are specifically relevant and demo it with real world scenarios. So what JC would do if she was going to demo this for me is exactly how she's been demoing it for you guys. She would walk me through she wouldn't show me the workflow mechanics. She wouldn't show me how to build a pipeline or anything like that. She would literally fill out a form and follow me through the process as a lead. And then that would be it. That is how you demo high level to a client.
Yeah, maybe we have to do it live a little, just one.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Guys,
I'd
I
love for
hope
you.
it's okay for us to extend a little bit because I only have 30 minutes to end this entire workshop, but comment maybe love. I don't know. Is it okay for us to extend a little bit? Oh, okay, there you go. So I think I'm okay extending a little bit here. Okay, so let's just say I'm on a call with Mario, meaning we're done with our discovery call, how we walk him through this pipeline. Now we're gonna have to jump on a call with him to show him exactly how this works out. Okay. So hey Mario, how are you? Like this is a live
I'm
call.
good. Yeah, I'm good. I
Yeah.
am excited to see what you've got to present to me.
Yeah, so I'm actually excited to present what we have been able to build. So the goal of this call is to just basically show you how your system works and how you're going to be using it for your actual business. So we have been able to actually build your form. We have been able to build your actual booking link. And right now I'm just going to show you how these things work out in your system. Okay. So let me
Yeah, please
first,
do.
yeah, so when we go back to our initial conversation, the goal of this is to make sure that you do have a working website and then the form is actually embedded in that website. And then when they do fill out a form, we want them to appear in the new lead stage. So all you need to do is you have here an internal form. So to get it, you just have to go to sites and then here you can get the form link to the form builder. To the form tab. Actually, you don't even have to go here because part of my onboarding document is I'm going to be sharing with you everything you need so you don't have to worry about a thing, okay? Including the link, so you don't have to even go here. All right, so I have here the form link. So all you need to do is share that link or maybe just have your customer visit the website. And when they do fill this out, the expectation is for them to show up in your pipeline. So let me just
Awesome.
yeah, fill this out. So let's just assume that it's actually done. So obviously they're going to show up in your new lead. And what happens here is that after a day, we want them to automatically move to contacted because we want them to be added into your manual call campaign so that you are reminded that, hey, these are everybody that I need to call. And to access those, you can go to conversations. So anyone that's added to contacted or you need to contact are in the manual actions tab. So all you need to do is basically click on let's start to do your your cold calling so that you can actually manually reach out to these people. So when you do, again, you then have to come back to the opportunities where you get to decide what happens next, whether they're not interested, whether you want to go ahead and show the property to them. And by the way, we also created a calendar for you, let's just say. And then people who are interested to have a property shown to them, you can just route them over to your calendar link. And what happens is if they do book a call, they're automatically going to appear in your property shown tab. So when they're closed, you can move them over to close. So anything that happens for that lead, you just have to go ahead and click on the contact, like the contact itself, and you have the ability to update their information over to this left-hand corner. Any conversations that you have, you can manage them over here. If you have any notes for them, or any tasks, you can add a task, you can add notes here, you can even like add an appointment for them in the future. So yeah, basically all you need to do is, stick with contacts and opportunities. Don't do anything else because I'll manage everything for you, okay?
That's amazing. So you're telling me that all of this is basically automated?
Yes,
And
it's
I don't have
automated.
to. And now I have a question. What if I notice that an automation doesn't work or something like that? Am I able to like is it okay if I move the opportunity cards?
Honestly, I would suggest you just reach out to me because if, yes, you can.
Perfect response.
Honestly, right.
Perfect response. Perfect. So break really quick.
Mhm.
That was the perfect response, guys. So when people have questions about the CRM, especially as virtual assistants and SaaS agency owners, as a virtual assistant, you want them to reach out to you. One, because it gives you an opportunity to charge them more to fix things, so you make more money. And two, it builds rapport and reputation and relationship with that client that you are the expert. So one of the things that I'm known for in the community is being the guy who knows a guy, right? And the guy who knows a guy means that I always have, if I can't answer the question, I've got someone I can connect you with that can make things happen. So people reach out to me constantly for custom work, for apps, for all manner of things. And it's a really good way to respond. Another thing is it's really important that when you are a agency that you hire someone like HL Pro Tools or Extendly. We are both white label support and onboarding vendors. So white label support and onboarding vendors are people who will take over the operations of your account. And what we do as white label support vendors is we literally pretend to be your business. So Beyond and I have collectively over 400 staff members that we employ from all around the world, including a large population in the Philippines. And Matt Decino, who's about to join in a couple seconds, my co-founder at HL Pro Tools, also employs quite a few Filipinos. And what we do is we pretend to be the support company for your agency. And we answer those questions. So when clients have questions, like just what CC was doing on the demo and where she said to reach out to her, if you have a white label support company like HL Pro Tools or Extendly, you have the ability to defer the support to those experts, and you can focus on selling and growing your business. So a lot of you here, it's kind of split down the middle. Drop VA in the chat if you are going to become a virtual assistant, and drop business in the chat if you are going to become a business. So we have mainly VAs, a couple businesses. So for the businesses, it's really important that you check out both Extendly and HL Pro Tools. And if you are a VA, go to getextendly.com or hlprotools.com. I'll drop those links in the chat. And go ahead and apply for a job. Once you go through CC's program, which, by the way, guys, is an amazing, again, I'm going to shamelessly promote CC's program. When you go through her certification and you get certified, that certification carries a lot of weight with both Beyond and myself from a hiring standpoint. So absolutely be sure to reach out to us, apply for a job. Beyond and I both pay fair wages to people in the Philippines. It's very important for us that we treat our Filipino family like exactly they are, which is family. So make sure and apply. Who knows, you might have a really good opportunity to join one of our two companies, and all of that is powered by CC certification program. So I will turn it back over to you, CC.
Thank you so much, Mario. I definitely said we're not selling anything tonight, but you guys are so persistent to ask about the program. So maybe later on, we'll try to share about the program in a little bit. So yeah, I think we have completed the entire journey. I think the next question is, how do I price my services? So guys, part of this webinar, I think I am giving everything that I have, every single thing that I have used to pitch my services. I think the next step is to be able to create your own pitch deck. And part of the people who attended this live webinar will also get a copy of my actual pitch deck on how I am actually pitching the services to anyone who needs, I would say, the build. Okay. So how I'm doing it is, of course, I'm telling them the actual journey of how I'm going to build this. So for example, I'm going to tell Mario that, hey, so this is an initial, let's say, after the discovery call, I'm just going to tell him the journey of exactly how I'm going to be building things for him. Or this is actually it's the other way around. I'm about to close Mario, so I'm just going to tell him what my services are. So I'm telling him that currently we're on a demo call. So my goal is that in the next 10 days, we make a decision to move forward. And then, of course, I'm going to present a problem here. Problems are why you're stuck even with high levels. So part of the pitch is really telling people what they're struggling with. Like, okay, I bought this, what do I do next? And these are, guys, for the past 6 years of using high level, these are everything I have observed as part of their actual problem that they're dealing with. So being able to make them realize what are those problems allows them to make a decision even better. And by the end of this sales deck, this is an entire I don't know how many, but this is an entire sales deck that actually helps you come up with your own program. So for me, I was calling my own program before, like Done For You High Level Freedom System, like everything your business needs to run it without you. And I'm presenting to them how I am exactly going to help them with implementing, whatever they need from me. And then by the end of this, of course, I'm throwing some bonuses. I have a special webinar specifically how to do a sales pitch. So maybe later on you can check that out. But I'm throwing some bonuses, and of course, I'm also throwing them, what everything they will be getting and the pricing. So guys, from what Mario has mentioned, you have different options to charge your services. You can charge them one time for helping them set up their business, meaning their CRM. And then you can also charge on top of it what we call a retainer fee, where you can charge them maybe $100, $200, $500 in order for you to maintain their system. So what Mario has asked earlier is that, hey, what happens if I have a problem? You can reach out to me. You can pay me $500 a month. That every time you get a problem, I can come in and help you out. And notice that as a service provider or a service provider that builds, you're not tied into an actual, like 8-hour job full time if you're able to do this. Like effectively or literally efficiently for your business. So you can literally have a full control over your time because you get to tell them how long the project is going to take, how much support you can give, how much time you can spend. So, you can come up with your own packages, to do this for them. And I have thrown so many, I would say, bonuses here, but if you don't know how to write your own offer, part of the thing that I'm also giving in the resources tab is going to be my AI assistant for you to come up with your own proposal. So all you need to do here is talk to the AI assistant, and it will help you actually come up with your proposal. So like help me price my services. So if you're a newbie, you don't know what to do, you can actually talk to this assistant so it can help you build your first client proposal. I'm not gonna go deep on this for now. Maybe again we'll have a separate webinar on this because we're running a little bit of time. But yeah, basically this is where you can run your actual proposal. This is something that my students have used and has worked for them a lot already. So guys, literally I'm giving you everything you need, including a discovery call script. So if this is your first time,
This is amazing. This is amazing, CC. You
I'm
you
giving
are
them
literally
everything.
providing. Really quick, CC. Dee has her hand up, so I just want to call on Dee, and then I have a special
Yeah, go
introduction
ahead.
I'd like to make as well. So
Oh, Matt is here. Okay,
Yes.
Dee, sorry. Go ahead.
Na-excite bigla eh. Starstruck. Okay. So yes, guys, as you can see, your 900 pesos is really, really worth it, right? But what we would like to request from you is that you paid for your seat. So please do not share this outside of yourselves. Okay? Because you're
Yeah.
doing a disservice with you're doing disservice to us, you're doing a disservice to yourself.
And please do
Yep.
not ever sell my resources. I've seen this a lot
Yes.
before.
Do not
Yeah,
resell
that's
the
a no-no.
resources.
That's a no-no, guys. You gotta remember that Coach CC and Coach D, they are helping you guys out to achieve that financial freedom, and you need to respect their intellectual property and respect their hard work. But really quick, CC, I want to tee up an introduction to Matt Decino, who is the co-founder at HL Pro Tools and my current mentor, also a very good friend of mine and basically family. Matt, thank you so much for joining. So Matt is also a sponsor of this event. Matt has sent me to the Philippines multiple times to speak at events, helped me break into the stage over there, and he is an absolute legend in the high-level community. So Matt, if you want to give a quick intro and talk a little bit about HL Pro Tools, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Yeah, my name's Matt Decino. If you guys, I think we're all kind of newer to the high level space. We've just been a high level partner and helping folks do stuff inside of high level for 5 years. And probably more relevantly and more importantly is I started my own journey as what you'd call a freelancer, just helping folks by myself, taking technical skills that I learned and trying to solve problems for people back, day in and day out. And I started in you find a platform and you try to master that platform and try and do well in it. And one of the ones that I did early on was WordPress and then Shopify. And you may have felt this. You can get skills in certain areas and you're working on learning it, but customers don't come easy. You might feel like, I know how to do this. And for some reason, it's just so hard. There's not enough people who even want the skill that I just acquired. And my encouragement is, if you're here, if you're learning high level in particular, you're in the right place. It is a growing ecosystem. It will make it easier to find folks that need help, because there's so many folks adopting it, using it each and every day. And because the nature of how high level works, every time one person signs up, often there's tens of, if not hundreds of other businesses behind them that are also adopting the software there. And so my encouragement is, I was in your shoes about 13 years ago, maybe 13, 14 years ago, acquiring skills, finding people that needed my help, one on and one off, figuring out how to price myself, figuring, all of those challenges. And the two things that encourage is, if you focus on just helping folks, actually solving problems, being honest and upfront, and a good communicator, there will be people who will let you learn. They will pay you to learn. There will be people who understand and are totally fine with what you can and can't do. And you do that long enough and frequently enough, and honestly, there's nothing that you can't accomplish in your life. And so, the dreams that you aspire to for yourself, for your family, this is the way. Start acquiring valuable skills. If you're fortunate to be in a time like this, where there's a growing ecosystem where it just makes it easier to find folks that need help, and then genuinely help them. Be honest and upfront about what you can and can't do. Trust that people will give you opportunities to stretch, to learn, to grow, and you can accomplish incredible, amazing things.
Thank you so much, Matt. Finally, I've met Matt virtually. I mean, this is the first time, I think.
I know. I'm excited for Dallas in about a week or so.
Yeah.
You're going to get very worn out very quickly meeting CC and Marjorie in person. Trust me. They are like the Energizer bunnies of the Philippines. They have no chill whatsoever. It is awesome and so energizing. But thank you, Matt, so much. Everyone, I mean, what Matt and Beyond have shared today about their journeys in high level, and Beyond has a very similar story about how he came into the platform, having a need for his pizza restaurants and things like that. They're both legends in the community and absolute testaments to how you can become financially free and successful and fill your cup, like CC said and like Matt said, in a positive way by simply abundantly helping people. It's not about the money's nice. The notoriety is nice. Being able to have businesses that lean on you is nice, but the real value, guys, comes into just being a good human and helping people because you want to help people. So really quick, I want to take a second to introduce Mr. Michael Pachito, another one of our sponsors today. So Michael has donated all of the proceeds from his sales this weekend to this plan that CC had, this crazy plan that CC put together in the last 36 hours. Michael is an absolute legend in high level as well. He knows how to document snapshots and how to document workflows in ways that he actually taught me everything I know. So Mike, do you want to talk a little bit about Agency Unbound and the value that you provide in that program really quick?
Yeah, man, I just want to riff a little bit because I've been audio off because I've been in another call, but a little bit on what Matt just said is the learning the skills thing. Like 4 years ago, I was like $100,000 in debt, living in a parent's basement kind of thing. And I always made fun of all those guru-y type things. Oh man, I was doing this. And now it's like, yeah, man, I'm still going through it. I'm not, a super successful dude, but the one thing that got me out of that was the skills. It was finding problems in the high level space that were not being solved. And the number one problem that is not being solved is these creative geniuses in the marketing world who are great with words, they're great with sales, they're great with presentations and angles. Nobody writes anything down. Not one person. Nobody has a system for doing it consistently and investing the time in. And there's people out there that if you do that and you develop those habits of things, that's literally all I did. I didn't do it. I didn't have anything special. I didn't come with some extra knowledge. I just saw that, hey, nobody's writing things down, so I'll be that guy. And that turned into Agency Unbound, what it is today, which is 5 years ago. I just started writing things down and then just developing it, writing down how I did that, sharing it with people. And now there's people that just jump in on these, like I have this free training, and there's this lady in Africa. She was charging $4 an hour just like a month ago. She's now doubled up until about $10 an hour. She's going on to 18. All she did was start writing things down. She doesn't know more about high level than the average person, but that's what Agency Unbound is like, what can you do when you actually have a system that you can prove works? Not that you say it works, is that you can prove that it works and that you have everything documented so that you can look at it and there's accountability. You don't have to have meetings. You don't have to, you could just share to some, hey, agency owner, this is how everything works. And they're like, no, it doesn't. This problem here. Oh, I'm going to go and fix that for you, right? Accountability and skills is, how I was able to buy this house that I'm in right here just last week. It's a small little tiny house up in Canada, but I just really, Matt, what you said just resonated and hit me hard. So I'm ranted a bit. I apologize, but I just want to let you guys know, and it doesn't matter where you're from, because I'm from Canada and most of my clients are in the US. You guys are in Cebu, the Philippines, Thailand, wherever. You can charge exactly what I charge, because as long as you do the same work, it's worth the same. Now there's opportunities, obviously, if you're in places if your expenses are lower, yes, you can charge a little lower. But I just want to let you know the ceiling of where you can go. Start where you're at, but the ceiling, we're all the same. The work is the same. The people, cultures might be different. So just go after it. And yeah, anyhow, that's what Agency Unbound is. What can you do?
And you have a free program, right, for people to learn, like an add-on essentially to CC's Accelerator, where people can learn about how to document snapshots and things like that, right, Mike?
Yes. So it's in agencyunbound.com/free training. It's also in your high level app. If you go into your app in high level and a university, I have the exact same course now. To every single agency owner on the planet has access to the basic skills of how do you plan, how do you document, and how do you manage and push out updates to snapshots without them breaking and causing a big giant mess in your business. It's now, everyone's got this. I've got it myself. Now you all have it, but I have a bronze training certification. I have some quizzes. I have some resources that you get when you go to my version, agencyunbound.com. And with those basic skills, you can do almost that's everything you need. Now, if you want to go further, you're an agency with a team. Obviously, there's some paid stuff. That's what they're for, but you don't need that to get started. You need a simple spreadsheet and the basic lessons that I'm teaching in that free course.
All right, let's kick it back over to you, Miss CC.
Right. Thank you guys so much. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys would notice how supportive this community is. You might be wondering how I got all these people on this call right now. I don't know how, but like I said, if you would notice as well, like they're sharing everything free. And I think if there's anything we have to learn from this, guys, it's the generosity of being able to just share whatever you can out there. Because at the end of the day, yes, people would copy you, would do things like that. At the end of the day, it's you, right? It's your resources, it's your own idea. So, I mean, people buy because it's you. So you don't have to be afraid of your competition. You don't have to be afraid to be copied. All you need to do is just do your best, do your thing, because people buy because it's you. So I think it's, more than thinking that, oh, I think I'm not gonna share this because, I might be copied, or, I might be losing opportunity. Don't be afraid. This community is, I think, the most helpful, most supportive community that I've ever been part of. And I am just so blessed, being on this call with these guys. Guys, I'm like, you are literally looking at guys making millions of dollars in the US right now, and they're here listening, supporting, and I have no words, but just thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I don't know, like we almost ended the 4-hour webinar. I still have something for them, but I personally just wanted to thank you guys, Math, Beyond, support since day one. Mario, I think you've been the instrument of of me meeting everybody in the community. Michael, Vicente, we also have Danny, and we even have Kara joined this call just now. Guys, you are so amazing. I'm still shaking, not because shaking because I feel really, I'm under the weather before jumping on this call. I think I'm currently at 39 temperature. I don't know how I managed to finish this entire 4-hour call, but I am sick, but I am so glad we've done this, and hopefully we can do more. I think the logo of not the logo. See, I'm already I'm not in my mind anymore. Like the do more, do better. It's really to, for us to do more, not just for yourself, but for your community. Because if you do that for your community, you share what you have, the world has a way of returning everything back to you. So thank you guys so much. Michael, you want to say something? Kara?
Yeah, I wanted to say on that give it away thing. I'm always still debating that because I give so much away. I've been trying for 4 or 5 years and I went back 3.5 years ago. I put out almost exactly what I put out in this training. It's all actually in a Facebook group that has like 10,000 people in it, and not many people have taken it. Right? The value is not the information. The value is actually going through and doing the work and understanding how things actually work. So, because if giving things away ruined you, man, I'm trying the free one and almost nobody takes it. Everybody thinks they know better. They think maybe not. So there's all you need is 1 or 2 people to champion you that believes in you. You don't care, even if 99% of the people copy everything you do. You only need a couple clients. So just, yeah. And you doing the work, like people say AI documentation, AI is going to replace this. It's like, but then the AI knows the system. At some point, somebody has to know how the thing works. And you guys have that advantage of actually doing it. So just the information is almost valueless. The execution is everything.
That's true. Thank you so much, Michael. Kara, you want to say something before I tell them what's next? I mean, what to do next? Because this doesn't end with just you watching me do the automation. You guys have to do it in order for you to succeed, right? So, Kara, you want to say something first?
Just briefly, I'm under the weather. My voice isn't 100% back, but Cece, I just wanted to thank you for everything you do for this community. Obviously, we have not yet met in person, hopefully soon in Dallas, but you are a champion of the high level community. You are your own legend, and everyone on this call has been gifted such an experience today. I've been on so many of these trainings. I host these trainings, but Cece, you delivered so much value in this. You are changing the world around you, whether you know it or not. So girl, keep rocking, keep stepping up, and everyone follow what Cece's doing. She is leading the charge for all of us legends who are here doing the best we can. We are human like you. Obviously, I was off the call part of the day for my little one, but man, Cece, keep rocking it. You're doing amazing.
Thank you so much, Kara. That's really nice of you. And thank you for the kind words. Like I said, I'm not even sure how I still managed to last this long because I don't know. I have all the migraine. I have, I think I'm getting really sick after this call, but I'm so glad we really did it. But again, guys, this doesn't end with just you watching, you being inspired because we have 1,000 call that we have 1,000 people that lasted 4 hours. Mario, look at that. We still have 970 people that stayed strong. We started at 1,200. Now we're down at 970 people on this call. And we are hoping that this doesn't end with just, with just this workshop. Because more than anything, when we take action, we can help more. That's why it's do more, do better, right? Meaning you do it yourself, you succeed, and then you help. That's how it should work. You should never give from an empty cup, right? So I know that some people here joined even with just their last peso. I appreciate you guys, but I hope that you don't waste it. So for me to give back I am giving, like I said, a do or die, because again, this will determine your future. Like what is it gonna be like for you after 30 days, after attending this workshop, what happens next? So I'm giving you a 30-day action plan, exactly to make sure that you're doing it. Although guys, what I did was I am just adding the helpful articles where you can also watch the videos on how to learn things individually. Just like what Mario mentioned, we provided you guys with a 30-day access to get a high level account. If you want to learn, you can start with that. You don't have to buy anything after 30 days, just cancel it. But this is an exact thing you have to just go ahead and do for the next 30 days. And please make sure to use this tracker. Please, I have an instruction added here. You can make a copy of this actual document and make it your own. And then here, it's going to tell you how to use the actual document itself. So when you're done, please make sure to mark it as done so you know your progress. And again, if you're struggling with what to post in social media, and the reason why I'm encouraging you to also post in social media is to make yourself accountable. And more than accountable, it's to make sure that you are showing up, because of course you're never gonna find or attract a client if you're not posting anything. I mean, how would somebody know that you are offering high level automation when nobody knows it, right? So the first action is to show up consistently in all of your social media accounts, whether that's Facebook, LinkedIn. Post it, and then claim it that I'll be the next automation builder, or I will be the next automation architect, and then follow this actual path, right? So things that you also have here is not just to watch and learn, but to also execute, because on day 11 you're going to be asked to create your own form, to create your own pipeline, to actually build your own stages. We have instructions here. And then at the same time, you have prospecting. I added list of businesses or potential clients you can reach out to. At least list 10 businesses. It may be local businesses in the Philippines, meaning your dental clinics. You can talk to them and ask, hey, do you have a website? Do you rely on appointments? Maybe I can set up an appointment system for you, or maybe you can ask them, like, if they have a system in place, maybe you can help them set up their system. So I want you guys to list at least 10 people you can reach out to in the next 30 days. And then, just have a simple conversation. Just ask what they have and try to see if you can actually help them. Just like what Danny said earlier, the biggest thing is being able to solve their problem, not to offer a tool, right? It's different when you're offering a tool versus when you are actually solving a problem. So I also have a script here, so you can encourage them to book a call with you, so you can show them how you're doing things. I also have here, like here, you have to record a video of yourself, screen record of your demo, post it in your social media so people see what you're doing, and maybe one or two people would reach out to you to know exactly what you're doing, and then you can create your own sales deck, finalize your offer, and like I said, this is your actual roadmap to be able to close your very first premium client. And later on, maybe 30 days later, you can go back and post on social media that you did it, right? I mean, you have to do it not for us, but for yourself, right? So I hope that this is going to help out. I mean, everything is already outlined here. And under the additional resources is everything that I shared, including the proposal AI assistant, the process mapping assistant, so you don't have to do it yourself, discovery call, the sales deck. And if you need to sign up with your own agency account so that you can practice, you can use my link as well. It's a 30-day trial to get your own sub account. And for those who's asking about our program, I guess, like I said, I don't really want to sell anything at this call because we've done this all for that donation drive, but because people are asking, you guys can also visit our website. So this is our website, hlaccelerator.com. There's two ways to join our program. One is you can actually get straight certified directly from High Level, and you get access to our program as well. So I think one of the things, one of the reasons why I think it's worth joining our program, because this do or die, it's you actually learning High Level on your own. But with HLA, we have created an entire program to help you understand High Level, like specifically every single features that's in there. We have an available modules, and I think 20 plus resource, like 20 plus modules first, even here. Michael is also here, right? All of these are part of our program. So for today, see, I don't even want to sell anything. For today, I think we're opening up a few slots until Dea, sorry, because it's already
11:59 p.m.
11:59 p.m. Do we still want to open it, or what do you want to do?
It's just until 11:59. Otherwise, we're gonna wait 10:10.
So can we extend
What
it
and
to-
how much is it in US dollars, CC, do you know?
It's like super cheap, Mario. So just for today, actually, because we don't have anything prepared. So let me see if I can find anything 1 second about the program. So you do have an option to join. Like, let me see if I have anything.
It's like, wait, if it's
Here you go. Here you go. I have it. So if you want to join our HLA program, basically you're not really paying us anything. That's because what we're giving you is a 3 months access plus 3 months. So we're doing it just for today because we've decided we want to do it for everybody that also is really willing to, take this seriously. Is we're gonna give you access to your own high level account. It's a sandbox account for 6 months, like it's your learner's account, together with our entire HLA program that comes along with it. And we have our weekly Thursday calls together with an exclusive access to our Discord community where we have virtual co-working spaces and channels, additional support, and as well as guidance. Although the only thing that's not included here is a certification, but you get access for 6 months for $16.997. So I think you have to understand that high level is like $97 per month. If you go that route and do 6 months, that's already gonna cost you over 36,000 pesos. So this is almost half of that, but you get our support plus our entire course. So again, I'm not forcing anyone to join this, but I also added the link. Dea said she's gonna give you guys until tomorrow to join, and it's okay if not, right?
11:59 today.
11, today, sorry. Today or tomorrow, Dea. It's only a few minutes 30 minutes. Baka they can't. Okay. Sige, let's give them until tomorrow. Guys, we're not selling it, but if you want to join, you can select the link in that Google document. Again, the only thing I ask is to not resell our Excel, like any resources that we've ever shared. Do not, you can share it, yes, but please do not ever resell any of our resources. I've seen so many situations where people have sold our programs, copied everything. Please do not resell, at least out of respect.
And
Okay,
also,
so
yeah,
go
and
ahead.
also we would like to suggest, di naman tayo na nga dito, no? Pero please, if anybody has attended this workshop, please do not be an instant overnight coach.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Yeah. Danny was laughing. Why are you laughing, Danny? She's
No,
like,
I just appreciate that comment because yeah, that's definitely a thing that I've seen a lot, that they'll go and sit there and be like, "Oh, I did whatever, a 4-hour class," and they're just like, "I'm a certified coach now," and it's like, "But are you though?"
Yeah,
yeah.
like the story I told you of Amiso, the student there, double thing. But this is the advice I told her. I said, "How much are you making?" She said, $4. And how much do you want to make? $18 an hour. I said, "Okay, you have the 3 clients that you're gonna get a call with. You're saying, hey, I'm following this new system that I am learning, and I'm looking for my first 3 clients, and I'm going to be charging 18 for it, but I'm going to start at $9 an hour." And they're saying, and she's gotten 2 of them at yes, right? So she didn't say, "I'm the documentation queen and I know everything about this." She didn't say, "I'm the automation." She just said, "I'm learning this," because high level is still relatively new. There's nothing wrong with learning, but what you're saying is where you're trying to go to. So yeah, don't be an overnight coach. I thank you so much, Dee. That's it. But don't be afraid to be starting. It's actually powerful because as a person, like I'm sure Bayont and everyone here, though they're not here anymore, but anyone in the West we get 1,000 people telling us every single day they're the bee's knees and they're the most amazing. But when you see somebody saying, "Hey, I'm learning, I'm in the trenches," that has way more respect and humility. Oh, Bayont is still here. Yeah. Hey, Bayont, you've heard once or twice someone is like, "I'm a GHL expert," and literally knows nothing, right? So I'm sure you've seen it, but humbleness and humility gets you places.
Yeah, that's actually
Be,
so
be,
true.
being authentic is important. Just calling yourself out as GHL expert when somebody questions you a couple of basic questions and you don't know the answers to that looks pretty bad, right? So tell them what you know, and tell them that you're willing to learn if there is something that you don't know yet, and just be authentic, be yourself. That'll land you more jobs than trying to fake your way through it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you guys for being an inspiration for tonight. So, guys, our normal program costs about 16,997 only for 3 months access, but only for today, just like what Dea mentioned, until 11:59 p.m. We're extending it to 6 months. Our normal program actually costs about, I think, was it 29,997, Dea? For
Yeah.
3 months, but we're giving it for 16,997 to give you 6 months access to everybody that actually joined this actual workshop. So I think we gave you guys everything. Whether you enrolled, whether you don't, you still have the resource that you need, because you can always sign up as well for the free trial just to get started, especially with especially those people without really funds to get started with. And by the way, Beyond and as well as Math earlier was here. Michael was here. Michael Pasito, like there's two Michael Vicentes here. Danny, you can reach out to these people. Maybe if you really want to learn for now and you're willing to exchange your time to learn, and then just be maybe like just work for them for free for the next 2 weeks or so you can learn. I think that's also a fair exchange. I think one of the things that I did when I was starting was I was doing that, like, hey, Mario, if you need help with this, I can actually help. If you think that I would be a fit, then you can hire me, kind of situation, especially for beginners. I think we talk about how much you can charge here, like you can literally charge as much as you want, but please take note that you should deserve the rate. Okay? It's not about, oh, okay, because I attended this workshop, now I can charge beyond $3,000. That's not how it works. It took me years and years to master what I'm doing, and before I could even have the confidence to do so. So, charge what's your worth. Charge what you think you can based on your current ability now. And it's okay to give case studies, in exchange of testimonials. You can do that just to get started. Okay, you don't have to charge right away. Sometimes an exchange of testimonial will also work. By the way, guys, I think there's a heavy traffic in the Google Sheet, so please try it again later on. Again, we will be sending this via email. The recordings will be shared on Tuesday. Please wait until Tuesday before we can share the recording, because we also need to rest. So please give us a little bit of time to upload this for our webinar. Okay. I just have one little favor from everybody who attended this training. Your day zero should be posting on Facebook what you've learned from this summit. If you can, please do that for me. Just do hashtag. What was the hashtag? Day. I forgot. May hashtag kanina. I think
Yeah,
I'll
we
ask
have.
Syra to just repost that hashtag. Please make sure to share what you've learned. If you've learned anything, just share about this. Make some noise on Facebook or on social media that you have attended this. This is gonna be your day zero of your 30 days learning high level. So 0 over 30, learning high level. Please just, make a shout out on Facebook. We also have our Facebook page, HL Accelerator. If you want to leave a testimonial review, we would also appreciate those reviews, guys. So thank you so much, everybody. I think we did it. 4 hours, right, Mario?
Good job, CC. I hope you feel better. You are an absolute force and rock star. Thank you, everyone who attended. Thank you, all of the sponsors and speakers and panelists. This has been the first webinar I've done in a while outside of my coaching calls, and it was definitely something for the books. So, CC, I wanted to give you some really quick good news. I talked to Sean, Robin, and Varun about 30 minutes ago, and they have all agreed to. We're going to discuss it at Summit.
Cliffhanger.
Mario, you
He
literally
glitched.
paused after they all agreed. What? Like, what did they
Oh
agree?
man, oh man, my bad. My internet cut out.
Hey,
They all agreed.
$97 for the next installment. No, I'm just kidding.
And let me
Yeah,
give you
right.
guys an update. As we speak, we currently have raised around, I think, 792,000 to send over to Cebu. In USD, that's almost $20,000 already. So I'm so proud of this community because we've done this and we've raised so much money to be sent as early as tomorrow. So guys, thank you so much for everybody. I mean, this is this is making me cry. No, I'm just kidding. This is literally, yeah, it's game changing and it's changing so much lives in Cebu. We've seen their situation, kids living in the streets, with all plastic covers, and families who've lost so many homes. We don't know how long it will take them for them to go back to their houses, because there are still aftershocks from time to time. I think it's still gonna take them 30 days. So, you guys have done an amazing thing today. So I want to personally thank you all, because we're about to hit 1 million donations. So thank you so much, guys. Mario will send one later, so it's gonna be 1 million. Mario, what was the
Yeah,
suspense
so
announcement?
yeah, so I talked to Sean, Robin, and Varun, and they have all agreed to sponsor the November fundraiser that we are putting together for everyone here. I'm going to drop a link in the Zoom chat. Let me grab that really quick. Oops, that's the wrong link. Let me grab this link for everybody. Go ahead and fill out the pre-registration. It is our goal is to hit over 10,000 attendees on a virtual summit. And we are going to donate 100% of the proceeds to the families in Cebu and in the Philippines. So that is our community effort. It is another action-packed 3 days of workshops and speaker sessions and breakouts. It will be like attending the High Level Summit in Dallas, but it will be totally, it's just going to be an amazing event. So, but they've agreed to sponsor it, and they actually said that we can post about it in the Facebook group. So,
So
super
you got a
excited
green
about that.
light. And
Yeah,
your
I
post
did.
will be deleted.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we already have 1.8 thousand people that have reacted to my post about November. So
Let's do this, guys. And this is how much what's this tissue paper I had on my desktop. So thank you guys so much. I think I just want to ask a few more words coming from our guests here who spent their time, 4 hours time, to be here. Maybe Vicente, Danny, if you have any words of encouragement for those who's just starting from scratch, anything you want to share, as someone who learned high level. I guess I'm gonna start with Vicente. Last words, last parting
Oh yeah,
words.
yeah, for sure. I'm quiet. So if you added me on social media, you might be waiting a while. I'm like never there. But the biggest things with high level, there's a lot of learning curves, of course. One of the biggest things is testing everything. Like that was one of the biggest things. We hire people, of course, and we train them and everything, right? And my biggest thing is test everything. I don't care if it's the same workflow, the same steps, test it. Right? There's things that happen sometimes that you don't know, and you don't want to be demoing or showing a client something that you haven't tested and then not work in front of them, right? So test everything that you build to make sure that it does work, right? That's one of the biggest things with the system. Another thing that I see a lot is people asking questions like, what does this workflow do? Or what happens if I do this? The sandbox that they're providing for you, that's the best ground for you to mess up. You want to mess up, right? Because you want to see what it causes. So, testing everything will make you make sure, like, what does this do? I don't know. Test it out, see what happens, right? And that's how you're going to learn the system. There is so many things in the platform, that you need to just play with it, play with forms, play with surveys. What happens if I do this? How can I make this happen? And that's going to be the biggest things for you to understand the platform a little more, right? And be an outside the box thinker. That's what people want, right? When they talk to you and say, can it do this? If you test it and mess up, you know that it can or can't, right? I know one of the biggest things that they mentioned was that don't say that you can do something that you can't, right? If you do not know the answer to something, just don't say that you do, right? Because there's some things high level can't do as well. And you don't want to tell somebody yes, take their money, and then be stuck with something that you cannot provide for them, right? So like this, like overnight coach, like we're talking about, right? You want to make sure that you don't do that, of course. So the program they're providing is also actually an amazing place that I think you guys take advantage of. Most of those 6 months, for us internally, for me, in my opinion, it takes 6 months to train somebody to be okay with high level, So those 6 months that they're providing with the training and everything like that, I didn't have any of that when I was starting with the system. I've been with high level for almost 7 years working with the platform. So I've been there from the beginning when triggers and campaigns were different. And I was workflows, right? So I've grown the platform and understand a lot of the platform. And right now the system has so many things and they're adding so many things to it and making stuff better. But you have to go in there and play with the platform. CZ's 30-day, you have to do it. Like you have to make the time to do the training. It's not going to be an overnight thing. We all start with ground zero and we have to put in the time to make it happen, right? So make sure that you do that's like an amazing thing she's providing. Like you guys don't realize maybe how much that is. It's a really powerful tool that's forcing you to grow in the platform, and that's what you want, right? Because other people say they're going to do and they won't. The people that will are going to progress and be better in the platform. You'll see the difference, you know, once you finish those 30 days, I kind of looked it over, right? You're going to be like, wow, I'm actually kind of good at this. You know, I enjoy it and I want to keep learning more. And I'm sure she provides other tools and other trainings that you guys can take, you know, in the coaching that she does to make sure that you advance in the platform. But what amazing resources you have, to be honest. I'm very surprised by them.
Thank you so much, Vicente. And again, guys, it's a matter of you taking action because without it, you die. That's why it's do or die, right? If you just die, you know, you stay broke forever, right? Danny, anything for the team? Because I mean, you know, you're someone who's also started from zero, but now you're literally also one of the fours. So yeah, any inspirational message to everybody?
I would say, I mean, kind of going off of Vicente, just take it slow, take it one day at a time. Like, there's so many things, like having a platform like High Level that does so many things for you. Obviously, there is a learning curve. Start small. Start with something that you already find enjoyment with. I was somebody who always likes to organize things. That's why I specialize in automations over like web design. If you like to make things pretty, if you have that design eye, I do not. Then focus on
Same
that.
here. I don't
and
have that.
I was like, I don't. Now that I'm like getting to this point, I'm now having to go out and like buy new clothes. And I was like, I think this looks okay. And then I'll ask Mario, and he's just like, no, that does not. And I'm like, oh. But it's what?
I was gonna say I generally just say yes because I don't have any style sense either. So, but yeah. Anyways, go ahead, continue.
But just take it slow. Ask questions and don't overpromise and underdeliver. Like really, there's nothing wrong with I'm not sure. Let me look. Like let me check into that. Let me research that. Do a quick Google search. Ask around. And focus slowly. Like if you're new to this, focus on High Level before you start getting into AI more or N8N or Make. Like don't worry about doing all the bells and whistles like right off the bat. Find something, get really, really good, practice it, build for yourself, build for friends, build for other people. And then, sorry, so many messages are coming across different ways. And then start growing once you start feeling confident in your skills and everything. So.
Thank you, Danny. Kara.
Absolutely.
So one thing I just wanted to add, when you're changing careers, when you're changing your stars, having people who are doing it with you. So for us, Mario has been a huge point of our growth in the last year that we've known him. And obviously this rockstar crew that's here today with CC and her whole team, D, I think when you're starting something, don't be afraid to ask for help, but don't also be afraid to make connections and help someone else, because together all the ships rise with the tide. It's not just you siloed in your office alone. I know I feel that often when I'm here, but it's having the High Level community because we're all in this together. Everyone, no matter beginner or advanced or legend, we've all come from zero. We all had to start somewhere with the platform. So building those connections outside of the day-to-day work is what's going to keep you sane while you're dealing with family and life and all the things that come at us outside of just learning High Level.
Wow, thank you so much. And I agree with being able to like really make genuine connections, guys. Not just really connections, but genuine connections, because most people, they try to connect because they want something from the person. I think what you have to learn is even if you don't, you just have to connect genuinely. Either way, you probably would need their help, or the other way around. I guess just connect because you wanted to be friends with that person, to learn from that person, and not just to get something from them all the time. So yeah, Kara, thank you so much for that. Guys, I also am putting in our Facebook page in the chat right now. If you can, leave a simple review in our Facebook page. If it's a long one, that's also good. I mean, I put in the actual review link, so please, leave a review for us. So it's also gonna help us with, with our Facebook, with our Facebook. Yeah, Michael, you're here, so.
I'm feeling a little emotional, so I apologize if this doesn't come out right. But I was just looking at like all the thank yous and all that, and I really, really think the thank yous go the other way. The Filipino culture has been so good to me for the last 10 years. You guys, so many businesses rely on you guys, and you guys have helped so many people, and so I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for showing up and not being really complaining, although I think you guys need to complain a little more sometimes, but for your rights. But I've just really appreciated the Filipino culture. I remember in my church, we always just we were the cleanup crew, taking care, setting up, and we all just got to work and got things done. And that's all I just want to say on behalf of a lot of the business owners that you support, you guys are saying things like, yeah, I just think it just needs to go the other way too. So thank you guys for all you do, and CC and D and everyone else. So
Thank you,
Yeah.
Michael. And we'll have Mario. Any more words of encouragement?
Yeah, guys, everybody starts somewhere, right? And like Kara said, whether you are the most experienced legend in high level or you are an absolute noob, everyone's got to start somewhere. And we all, a captain, so I was in the United States Marine Corps, and my captain used to tell me all the time, because I would interact with people of all the way up to the rank of general. Never got to meet the president, but all the way up to the rank of general. And it's very intimidating to interact with people who are legends and business owners. This applies to, selling your services and being confident. Everybody puts their pants on the same in the morning. Hopefully you're all wearing pants. I know we can't see you and you're not on camera, but hopefully you're all wearing pants. I am wearing pants and a shirt. So yeah, I am wearing pants. I did not put on my pajama pants this morning, but everybody puts their pants on the same in the morning. And it's really important to be confident in your offer when you are learning these new skills. Like everyone has said so far, don't be a fake guru. Don't try and lie to people. Don't try and overstate your capabilities. Be honest and be transparent. Go with God and abundantly help people. And as long as you are doing the right thing and you are making an intentional effort to help people, you will 100% feel that return. You'll feel that value. Your clients will feel that return and that value, and you will become successful. I am, Danny is, D is, JC, Michael, Vicente, Kara, everyone on this call, Jenna, everyone on this call has come on as panelists, Dar, Matt, Beyond, Michael, Fur. We are all living testaments that it is possible to achieve financial freedom and to grow and change your stars. So just have the confidence that you can do it. Take one step, and that's all it takes. So with that said, CC, I'm going to jump off, but I wanted to say thank you
Thanks, everybody.
for everything, and I will see everyone on the next event.
Thank you so much, guys. You can, our guests can now hop off. I think I can finally talk in Tagalog. No, just kidding. Not gonna lie, really, my words are literally blurred at this point. I think I'm 39 now, 39 degrees, sick. I don't know, but I'm so proud that we're able to pull this off. I mean, with this heat and everything, massive respect to everyone who stayed until the end. Thank you guys very, very, very much. So yeah, Vicente, Danny, Mario, Kara, thank you guys so much. Michael, I think everybody's like teary-eyed and we forgot to have a photo. Yeah, actually, let's have a photo.
I took plenty of photos. They're all on Facebook.
Okay, that's good.
Oh,
Thank
great.
you guys so much. Everybody's teary-eyed. I think Michael is still crying. So yeah, thank you guys. We've changed
Thank
so
you,
much
thank you,
lives.
thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you guys.
guys.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. So, mga kababayan, it's our time.
Makakapag-Tagalog na ba ako? Ayan. Thank you guys. I'm also stopping.
The recording.
Hindi na ako makapag-English and makapag